Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Hello and welcome, or welcome back if you were just with me for the last stream that we just did on the Dateline episode involving the murder of Tara Baker and the wrongful conviction of Edric Foss, in my opinion. We are heading back to Norfolk County today. We're going to Dedham District Court for the felony assault trial of former New England Patriots player and father of Cardi B's baby. One of them, Stefon Diggs. A jury was quickly selected this morning. I thought we'd have until at least 2 p.m., but opening statements have already happened, and so we're going to go in a little bit late, and then we're going to have a chance to catch up because the judge did say this morning that they go to lunch between 1 and 2. So we're gonna catch up. This is in Dedham District Court. It is a female judge. We're jumping in. I'm going to have to write up some show notes so that if you're coming in late, hopefully I'll have them done and you can see what's going on below. So no spoilers, please. If you're only a little ahead, that's just, common YouTube courtesy. Let's just jump into court right away because Stefon Diggs is there. We're here for it. And we're not even that far behind because openings just began a little while ago. Let me know if you can hear it as always. This is day one. And here's Stefon Diggs right here in a nice blue suit. He's got the cornrows with his attorneys at the defense table. It looks like a very tiny courtroom in Dedham District Court. And here we go. Jumping in.
All right, are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the only
We're ready to proceed, Judge. I know we had discussed evidentiary issues.
Volume check. I think we need a boost. Hold on. Oh, please.
We need to address those at this time, or are we ready
Better?
to bring in the jury and proceed with openings?
I would proceed with openings, I think.
Agreed.
Okay, then let's do that.
Should be better now. It should be equal.
We do, and counsel, I'm reminded of your motion last week to sequester any witnesses, so I don't know if any of your witnesses are in the courtroom, but if they are, if they'd kindly step out, and any witnesses in this matter who will be testifying will be called in one at a time. All set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Good. There he is. The defendant, Stefon Diggs.
All rise, jurors entering.
Jury's entering. And we're going to openings. This is a felony assault trial for Stefon Diggs. He's accused of strangling his personal chef in their Dedham home last December.
May be seated.
All right, counsel are ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Drew Virtue. I introduced myself earlier when we had a large group, and now that it's a smaller group, I just want to reintroduce myself again. To give you some room to stand on here of parties and what they're doing. My name is Drew Virtue. I'm the prosecutor, meaning I'm going to be presenting evidence supporting the defendant's guilt. Defense counsel will be representing their client. We'll have the clerk here, whose job it is to create a complete record of this case, both for the recording as well as writing things down when need be. The court officers who are up and about are here to make sure that we're safe, as well as help people kind of figure out where they need to go. The judge's job is to, kind of clunky term from law school, be the master of the law. And that leaves you guys, which equally clunky term for the jury is the master of the facts. It's the idea that it's your job, it's your exclusive job, your special job to determine the facts at stake that we're talking about, what actually happened. And this is concerning about what happened on December 2nd of 2025. Now, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from some witnesses. You're going to have an opportunity to hear from Miss Mila Adams. She'll tell you about her career as a private chef. She'll tell you how she came to know the defendant, about how she came to be working as a chef for him. She'll tell you about her experience working for Mr. Diggs. I expect she'll tell you about a disagreement she had with some members of his staff. And then I expect that she'll tell you about what happened on December 2nd. And I remind you, it's your job here today to determine what happened on December 2nd. I expect Ms. Mila Adams, when she takes that stand, she'll tell you how she was texting with the defendant, her boss, Mr. Diggs. That on that text, they started arguing, they started name calling. I expect she'll tell you how she was in her bedroom at his house, how he entered her bedroom, walked up to her, and slapped her. I expect she's going to tell you how he put her in a headlock, the difficulty she had breathing, that he threw her on the bed, and then he left. I expect she's going to tell you then how that affected her, what she did after her, how she continued working for him afterwards, how she had a dispute with him over a payment, how his staff told her that she needed to sign a non-disclosure agreement to get paid. I expect she'll tell you that it wasn't until after this incident in December 2nd that anyone talked to her about a non-disclosure agreement. I expect for her to tell you how she eventually left that job as a chef, Mr. Diggs, and how she eventually reported what happened to her to the police. You'll also have an opportunity to hear from an officer from the Dedham Police, one Kenneth Ellis. He'll tell you about his training that he undertook in order to become an officer, and how on December the 16th, Ms. Mila Adams came to the Dedham Police Station to talk to the police. He'll be able to tell you a bit about that encounter, what he saw, a little bit about that conversation, and ultimately how he chose to, how charges were filed against Mr. Diggs. Now, in this case, Mr. Diggs has no obligation to call any witnesses. He may choose not to call any witnesses, and you cannot hold that against him. But in the event that he does call witnesses, I ask that you give his witnesses the same care, the same attention, and the same scrutiny that you give to the Commonwealth's witnesses. It's part of your job as jurors, as the master of the facts, to listen to every witness, to pay attention and to assess their credibility. In doing so, I ask that you keep two things in mind. One, what the witness had an opportunity to see or not to see. Whether the witness had an actual opportunity to witness the crime or just saw things in and around it. And two, what sort of financial relationship each witness had to Mr. Diggs. I imagine the defense may argue that Ms. Adams' financial dispute with Mr. Diggs is an important part of this case, and I'd say it is an important part of this case. But just in the same way that her financial relationship to Mr. Diggs is important, so is all the witnesses' financial relationship to Mr. Diggs. Now, at the conclusion of evidence, I'll have an opportunity to come back to you again. During that time, closing arguments, I'll ask you to come to a decision based on the evidence you heard. But right now, what I'm asking you is to not come to any decisions. Right now, your main job is to listen. It's to pay attention, to give every bit of evidence the attention and the scrutiny it deserves. And when I say every bit of evidence, I do mean every bit of evidence, because in cases like this, every bit of evidence is important. Thank you.
Counsel, do you care to open?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that was weak as hell. That was weak as hell. His name is Drew Virtue, from what I could hear him say. I'm not sure who the judge is because it's not on the calendar and it's not in mass courts, but we'll find out. And I'll tell you her name. This is in Dedham District Court. This is across the street, I think, from where Karen's trial was held. That was Norfolk Superior Court. This is Dedham District. He really didn't tell us much of anything. He had his hand on his hip, and it was almost like a law school professor teaching us nothing about nothing. Okay, so here we go. I'm sure Stefon Diggs is going to have a much more polished attorney, and I'm here for it. If anybody comes in and they don't know what's happening, there's a scroll along the bottom of your screen that tells you exactly what's happening. Here we go. He didn't even tell us what happened. All right.
Good afternoon, again, ladies and gentlemen. The assault the Commonwealth just described in their opening statement in only a few sentences. It never happened. Did not happen. There was no strangulation. There was no assault. There was no incident on December 2nd or any other day. There were 6 people in Mr. Diggs' home on December 2nd, and not one heard or saw anything out of the ordinary. The Commonwealth has no physical evidence. There are no medical records. There are no photos or videos showing any injuries. There are videos showing no injuries at all. Pay attention to where those came from. On December 16th, as the Commonwealth just said, Ms. Adams went to the police, and you will learn that after that, on the very day the complaint issued in this case, December 29th, demands for money from Mr. Diggs began coming from Ms. Adams' agents. Starting the end of December on the 29th with over $19,000, and the most recent being a sum for quite a bit more. My name, again, is Andrew Kettlewell, and with my partner, Ms. Silva, we represent Stefon Diggs, who I'm actually going to ask to stand up for a moment. Mr. Diggs is a 33-year-old professional football player and businessman. He played for the New England Patriots last year. He's from Maryland. He's joined here with his mother. Thank you. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that December 2nd, 2025 was a day like any other for Stefon Diggs. He was in a good mood. The Patriots had played the night before. They'd won. He played well. He was going to head into work on December 2nd, just like any other day after a game, for treatment, film review, team meetings. And that night, on December 2nd, 2025, he and his closest friends were scheduled to fly to Miami, Florida. That was for the 1 week off he had during the season, the 1 week of vacation. It's called a bye week. During that day, after he went to work, friends began arriving at his house folks who were also joining him on the trip to Miami. There were other people in his house. One of those people who I expect you're going to hear from is his assistant, Janelle Salas. You'll hear people refer to her as Son. You're going to hear from Miss Salas that for the entire afternoon, she was in Mr. Diggs' home in Dedham on Schoolmaster Street, sitting in the kind of main area, living room, kitchen area, watching people come and go. And she was getting things ready for the trip that night. Miss Adams, you're going to hear, was also in that house. She lived and worked in that house as Mr. Diggs' chef for the regular season. And that was from July 2025 to December 2025. That morning, Miss Adams was not happy. Instead, she was quietly seething about being left off that trip to Miami. I mentioned they were going to Miami that night and that Mr. Diggs is a businessman. In Miami, you're going to hear that there was an art show where a furniture line he collaborated with a person on was being displayed. But also in Miami, you're going to hear that Mr. Diggs had a birthday party. He had just turned 33, and that there was a week's worth of fun. And Miss Adams initially was expected to be on the trip, but she had been left off. She'd been left off because she'd spent the previous several days feuding with that business partner from the furniture line who was in Miami. And that person's name is Lindsay. I'm going to get back to that in one moment. Why was Miss Adams so frustrated that morning? Why was she so upset about Mr. Diggs taking Miss Lindsay's side in a feud over hers? It's because Miss Adams wasn't just a chef. She had known Mr. Diggs for years previous to ever working for him. They had been friends, and at times they'd been friends with benefits. That relationship had led to Miss Adams getting the job to cook for Mr. Diggs.
I knew it. They were friends with benefits. I've been calling this since the beginning. Was it jealousy? They were friends with benefits. That's the only reason she got the job as his personal chef. Was Cardi B in the house? I need to know. What's Cardi B's real name? I need to know. Because she would be testifying under her given name. What is her given name? I don't know. Had she just given birth? I have so many questions. Of course they were friends with benefits. She probably never took a cooking class in her life. It was like, yeah, I'll put you on the payroll. Can you throw some steaks on the Barbie? I mean, what can you make for me? Can you throw some hot dogs and beans together? Hold on. I knew it. It's the bitches that'll get you. I say that all the time, and I was about to say it, and then I didn't because I was like, I don't know if they're in a relationship or not. And of course they were. Of course, no wonder he went into her bedroom. It's making sense now. But apparently, hell hath no fury. But innocent until proven guilty. Let's hear that again. She was feuding with somebody, another chick, in Miami, so she wasn't allowed to go on the trip because he had to separate the broads. All right, here we go. Okay, let's go. Take it back a little bit just so we can hear that all again. Here we go. I do not believe that he was married at the time, but he has had children with a lot of women. I don't know exactly how many. Belle Callis, that is Cardi B's real name. Okay, thank you. Here we go. From the top of 5, 6, 7, 8.
But she had been left off. She'd been left off because she'd spent the previous several days feuding with that business partner from the furniture line who was in Miami. And that person's name is Lindsay. I'm going to get back to that in one moment. Why was Miss Adams so frustrated that morning? Why was she so upset about Mr. Diggs taking Miss Lindsay's side in a feud over hers? It's because Miss Adams wasn't just a chef. She had known Mr. Diggs for years previous to ever working for him. They had been friends, and at times they'd been friends with benefits. That relationship had led to Miss Adams getting the job to cook for Mr. Diggs. She got to live in the house. She went to games. She sat with the owners of an NFL team, went to parties. She was paid $2,000 a week in reimbursement for what she claimed she spent on groceries. And she had plenty of opportunity to talk to Mr. Diggs about trying to get him to invest in her.
Wait, I'm sorry. $2,000 a week was her salary, or that was her reimbursement? Wait a second. This girl's making over $100,000 a year for being a friend with benefits and throwing some franks and beans on the stove. Hold on a second.
getting the job to cook for Mr. Diggs. She got to live in the house. She went to games. She sat with the owners of an NFL team, went to parties. She was paid $2,000 a week in reimbursement for what she claimed she spent on groceries.
$2,000 a week plus reimbursement, plus she got to go to the games, plus she got free room on board. Not a bad gig if you can get it.
And she had plenty of opportunity to talk to Mr. Diggs about trying to get him to invest in her to open her dream restaurant. As that season wore on, her place in Mr. Diggs' circle began to slip. And things came to a head in late November when that issue that I just mentioned, the feud between her and this person named Lindsay, popped up. That feud, it's about an anonymous blog post that was posted on the internet. Lindsay said that Miss Adams posted it. Miss Adams said Lindsay was the problem. The blog, the drama, all of that, it's not important to this case.
But was it written by Turtle Boy? Did Turtle Boy write it? I mean, Turtle Boy's got to be in here somewhere, right?
What is important is that by December 2nd, 2025, Miss Adams was furious. She was upset about being left off the trip. She was upset about Mr. Diggs taking Lindsay's side over her in that argument. And so while he was at work, she was at the house. And you will see the text messages, I expect, that she sent to him that morning. You'll see her frustration boiled over. A quick word about those text messages. I expect you're going to see most, if not all, of these messages. And there's some language in there that is not typically courtroom appropriate. There's cursing, there's slang. The one thing I ask of you is that you don't let the way that the messages, the two parties in the messages communicated with one another, interfere with your ability to understand the content and to understand their importance.
Oh, Mr. Kettlewell, you have no idea what we have heard. We have heard C words in text messages. We have heard whack jobs. Nothing that is in these text messages is going to scare us at all. You should hear what the Massachusetts State troopers say about female victims that they're trying to frame in their text messages. So I'm not worried about whatever Stefon Diggs said in his text messages, right, guys? We know this county.
Because you're going to see what that exchange was about. You're going to see it was about this dispute about Miss Adams being left off the Miami trip and about Mr. Diggs picking somebody else's side over her. And you're going to hear why that's important. Because as I said, Miss Adams went to the Dedham Police Department on December 16th. And she made her report. And she told them the argument on December 2nd was about money. She told them that's what the fight was about over text and in real life. And that's how things got out of hand. She didn't mention Miami. Listen to what else she didn't mention. And 2 days later, she sent the Dedham Police Department a screenshot of the text messages she said, and you just heard the Commonwealth say, led into that fight. Led over the phone to Mr. Diggs coming into her room and committing this offense. And you're going to see those messages that she sent to the Dedham police. And I expect that what the evidence is going to show you after you've seen those, after you've seen all the messages that she did not show to the Dedham police, the evidence is going to show you that she curated the messages. She omitted some, she removed other messages before she sent them to the Dedham police to fit her narrative.
She took a page out of Brian Higgins' book. Do you see how Karen Reed, everything comes back to the Karen Reed trial? Brian Higgins is the same exact thing. Shocking.
By the way, on December 2nd, she indicated to the police as well that she had not been paid for November. You're going to hear a little bit about her payment and about her paperwork. We'll get to that in one moment. A few of the people who you're going to hear from in this trial, many of them do work or have been associated with Mr. Diggs. Sonny, his assistant, is one of the witnesses you're going to hear from. I indicated to you she was inside the home that day, sitting in the living room, watching people come and go, doing her job like normal. She personally spoke to Miss Adams throughout that day, and she'll tell you what she observed. You're going to hear from other folks who talked or texted with Miss Adams that day as well. You're going to learn that Mr. Diggs had a scheduled day. He was at work in Foxborough, and even after he got back from work, he had a set schedule. He had an IV treatment for 1 hour and a 2-hour massage that followed. Following that, as I said, they were getting on the airplane and they were flying to Miami. As for Miss Adams, what you'll hear is that there was nothing out of the ordinary. She was normal. She cooked dinner for Mr. Diggs on December 2nd. She chatted on the phone and spent the afternoon and early evening in the house. And that night, she flew to New York City to spend her week off with friends. Now, I've said normal a few times already in this case. Let me pause and tell you what normal was like in the Diggs house. Mr. Diggs is a highly regarded professional athlete. He owns a clothing line, a furniture line that I've already mentioned, and other businesses. And he's a public figure. He's a coterie of family, friends, and staff around him at all times. Good professional athletes are paid very well in this country, and Mr. Diggs is very good at his job. He has the means to support his friends, family, and staff, and he takes good care of his people. You're going to hear that on December 2nd, he was taking his entire entourage on an airplane down to Miami and putting them up for weeks' worth of events and parties, and that wasn't even out of the ordinary. So normal in the Mr. Diggs house is a little bit different from normal in your house or mine. But just like any other person in this country, rich or poor, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. And any preconceptions or feelings you have about athletes, wealth, or anything else, you have to put aside and not let interfere with the oath you just took as jurors. So we've talked about December 2nd because that's the day Miss Adams claimed this incident occurred. You're going to hear about other days as well. You'll hear a little bit, like I said, about that November blog incident because it led up to the text exchange on December 2nd. The text exchange, the Commonwealth just told you, led into this physical assault that Miss Adams claims occurred. You also heard a moment ago that she flew to New York City that night. And I expect that you're going to hear from the people she stayed with in New York City. Their names are Shai Charles and Natalia Moses. They're both hairstylists who live in New York City, and you're going to see videos from Miss Adams's trip to New York City. Videos recorded only hours after she had landed, hours after this alleged incident had occurred. Videos from later that week, the next day, and a few days after that. And when you hear about those videos, ask yourself, what am I seeing? Where did the information come from? And what can it tell me? Ask yourself whether what is depicted on those videos is consistent with the Commonwealth's theory that Miss Adams was brutally assaulted by a professional athlete in her bedroom on December 2nd. Ask yourself, what would you expect to see from what the Commonwealth just described in a person's demeanor and physically on their body? There's an old axiom that the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that is the true answer. See if the Commonwealth theory accounts for all of the evidence that you're going to get to see over the next day and a half. One other thing that you are going to hear, the Commonwealth mentioned it briefly for a moment, there was that Miss Adams returned to the house in Dedham. You're going to learn that happened on December 9th, 1 week after she went to New York City. One thing you will learn about that return is that on December 16th, she told the police that she was only going there to pack her things. The evidence will show you that that was not true. She actually went back to work just like nothing had happened. Pay very close attention to the details surrounding her return on December 9th. How she got there, what she was doing, what happened after she got back to the house in the middle of the night at about 11:30 p.m. and walked in unaccompanied. Listen for those details about what she did then and what happened after, and ask yourself whether it tends to corroborate the story the Commonwealth just told you, that she was violently assaulted and strangled on December 2nd, or whether it instead suggests that nothing happened on December 2nd. As I said, after Miss Adams got back to work on December 9th, she tried to pretend that things were fine. She tried to get back in Mr. Diggs's good graces to get him to forget about the text exchange back on December 2nd. But the damage, the argument they had on December 2nd was done, and she couldn't get back into his good graces. And even worse, she was now coming back and going to have to comply with the same rules that applied to everybody else. The Commonwealth already mentioned one of those. You're going to hear from Melisa Goddard, one of Mr. Diggs's bookkeepers who came up from Florida. She's going to tell you that she took over responsibility for Miss Adams's payment that fall, and that she found, because Miss Adams had had this previous relationship with Mr. Diggs, that she had never been onboarded as a normal contractor. She had never filled out any normal paperwork. And she told the assistant Sonny and Miss Adams that they needed to follow the normal procedures. Miss Adams needed to sign proper paperwork, including signing an NDA just like anybody else. And she needed to submit actual receipts for reimbursements, just like everybody else. And you're going to see that Miss Adams ignored those requests until she couldn't anymore. And that happened around December 13th. On December 13th, you're going to learn Miss Adams got an email about that paperwork, and she got upset. She got mad again, and there was another barrage of angry text messages to Mr. Diggs. And this time, she wound up getting herself fired for good. I expect that you're going to end up seeing those messages as well. Messages the police weren't told about, because the police weren't told she went back to work after December 9th. This time, some of those messages actually were about money, but also still the same Lindsay blog post issue of Mr. Diggs picking someone over her. The end of this exchange on December 13th was more specific than December 2nd. Mr. Diggs sent $2,000 via Apple Pay that Ms. Adams claimed she owed, and told her she did not need to worry about cooking for him anymore. She was out, and this time she knew there was no getting back in. And listen to what happened when you hear the evidence after that, after December 13th. 3 days later, as you've already heard, Miss Adams went to the police. She didn't tell them about December 13th, or that she'd been fired. Instead, she told them a made-up story. She was furious, and she wanted Mr. Diggs to pay in every sense of that word. And what you will hear is that her demands for money, as I said, began on December 29th, the same day the criminal complaint issued in this case. You will also hear that as this case has gone on and public pressure has grown, that number has only gone up. And I will let her tell you what number she is now demanding from Mr. Diggs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. That's the beauty of the American justice system. You heard a little bit about the way trial works. You heard that the burden is entirely on the Commonwealth to prove its case. Their burden, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, it's the highest burden in our system. And as Mr. Virtue mentioned, Mr. Diggs has no burden whatsoever. One thing Mr. Virtue and I agree on: be skeptical with every witness. And financial incentives certainly do play a role in this case. We will call witnesses. We do so to give you the fullest possible picture of what happened and what did not happen on December 2nd, to give you the clearest picture of the truth. But that does not mean that we have to prove a single thing. The Commonwealth bears the burden, and the burden never shifts. That's how our system works. That's the beauty of it. That when an innocent person like Mr. Diggs is charged with a crime they didn't commit, what can they do? They can do this. They look the Commonwealth right in the eye and they say, prove it. And that's exactly what Mr. Diggs has done. That's why you are here, ladies and gentlemen. That's what a trial is. Mr. Diggs has chosen to place his fate in your hands. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the most important part of our system. I thank you, and Mr. Diggs thanks you for being here and for your service. You are the only people who can and who must hold the government to its burden. And the way you do that, it's not fancy. It's by using your common sense, your life experience, tools you use every day of your life to weigh credibility and to make decisions. And our system depends on that. You are the judges of credibility. And so I ask that you listen carefully, that you keep your full attention while you're here, and that you remember that the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts is the true answer. One of the worst things that a person can go through is to be charged with a crime that they didn't commit, especially in a situation like this one.
I mean, we know. Have you heard about the Karen Reed trial? They tried her twice. They're known for that in this county, sir. Mr. Kettlewell, apparently this guy, somebody told me he used to represent Proctor for a short time. That's interesting. Great opening. Let's keep going.
Where the charge hinges entirely on the word of a single person, and that person has millions of reasons to lie. So let's have a trial. And at the end of it, at the end of all the evidence, after you have heard it, I'm going to have the opportunity to come back and discuss the evidence as well. And at that time, I'm going to ask you to deliver what I expect will be the only true and just verdict in this case. And I can tell you right now that that will be to find Stefon Diggs not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mila Adams to the stand.
This is the alleged victim. Farouk Man says, if you have enough money, all caps, don't yell at me. You can get away with anything. I see your other comments were, yeah, why charge anyone for a crime against a woman? After all, women aren't even women anymore. And your comment before that was, who's Diggs? How about we listen to the evidence and we decide if this is a real story or if this was a money grab or, you know, what the story is here before we start accusing people of not believing women. Maybe you're new to my channel, but I believe women for the most part, unless they're clearly lying. So let's see what this woman has to say before we start judging. Okay? Thank you so much. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
And then we will assess her credibility. She can have her own opinion. That's fine. I just think, you know, maybe she doesn't know me very well. I'm going to give her a chance. This is the alleged victim / accuser, chef / friend with benefits, Mila
solemnly swear the
Adams.
testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jamila, Jamila, Adams, Adams.
And do you normally go by Jamila or
I go by Mila.
Mila? Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a professional chef. I have been working in the industry for 13 years.
So you're a professional chef. Do you work in kitchens and?
I work privately for athletes, prominent figures, and wealthy families.
So you're a private. Is there a difference between a private chef and personal chef? Are those the same things, or?
It's pretty much the same thing.
And how long do you say you've been a private chef?
13 years.
13 years. And what sort of training did you take to become a chef?
I went to school for clinical psychology, so I have a degree in psychology. But I followed my passion in cooking because I grew up in the South and we cook. So I did some training in France and also Italy.
And kind of very generally, what does a private chef do?
We provide daily meals for our clients. So that would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It's typically a live-in situation. So readily available to them, kind of like 24 hours a day. So I would say it's based on clients' needs. So
And
each client would, whatever your health goals were or health issues were, I will help you get better.
so you mentioned a little bit about what kind of clientele have you worked for?
Athletes, entertainers,
And without naming names, what kind of athletes or entertainers do you mean?
Singers, football players, basketball players, baseball players.
And are these professional?
Okay, put a pin in this. She can't name names because she's signed an NDA. If you work for famous people, it is very common. Every single one of them will have you sign an NDA. She can't talk about who they are because she signed an NDA. But since she wasn't properly onboarded to this job with Stefon Diggs, they needed her to properly onboard to pay her last paycheck according to the opening. And so since she had never signed one before, she needed to sign one. She's going to try and twist it around and say, he wanted me to shut up because he strangled me. She's very nervous. I'm going to give her a little slack on twirling in her seat. So NDAs are very common in the biz.
Professionals?
Very professional. Baseball players.
And are these professionals?
Very professional.
How much do you make in that though?
It ranges, depending on the needs they need from me. If it's a full-time live-in, it can range from anywhere $5,300 a week to $10,000.
Turning your attention now to a Mr. Stefon Diggs. Do you know Mr. Stefon Diggs?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
I've known Stefon Diggs for over 4.5 years.
And how'd you meet him?
We met in December 22 through Instagram message. He first wanted me to cook for him.
He slid into your DMs through Instagram, or you slid into his DMs through Instagram 4.5 years ago. She said that the common salary full-time live-in is $5,300 to $10,000 a week. Why was she working for him for only $2,000 a week? Okay, tell me more. Tell me more.
In December 22 through Instagram message, he first wanted me to cook for him.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify him through? I see you're pointing at someone, but can you describe him just because we have to have everything on the record? You describe him either by clothing he's wearing or hairstyle, anything like that?
A blue shirt and blue tie and blue suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Stefon Diggs?
It will reflect that identification.
Thank you.
I thought it was $2,000 a week plus food reimbursement. I thought he said 2,000. All right, well, we're going to find out. I'm sure she'll be asked how much she was making, but I might have misunderstood. But I thought they said her salary was $2,000 a week plus food reimbursement, and they wanted her to provide receipts because apparently she hadn't been doing that. But we'll see.
Over those 4 or so years, how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated.
It's complicated. This is not a Facebook status, ma'am. You're in court. How would you describe your relationship? It's complicated. Let's not argue about if it's 2,000 plus food reimbursement or 2,000 for reimbursement. We're going to find out. Oh, there's a freeze game on point. Here we go.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and
Netflix and chill.
decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private chef?
Yes.
What were the sort of terms of your employment? Like were you going to be living with him?
Yes.
And how many meals or what was it like working for him?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, yes. So as far as your employment goes, what were your duties working as a Mr. Diggs private chef?
My duties were to make all his meals, his snacks, basically get him healthy. That was the start of our initially hiring me. He was coming back. It was his comeback year. And I wanted to help him get healthy, to eat better too.
So how does it, do you create a menu? Does he just tell you what he wants? Do you?
I'm skilled with recovery. So I knew what it would take to get him, help him get healthy and stay healthy. To help him change his diet. So it was more so like diet change would be the focus, and just overall help.
And did you would you cook just for him or for other people as well?
Well, it was cooking all right.
Yes, I will cook for whoever was in the house.
And I know you mentioned earlier your breakfast. Is that the sort of standard? Was it every day breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then?
Yes, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
There's a few things I like better than saying, I told you so. I told you so. $2,000 a week plus reimbursement for food. But she said, typically, other celebrities pay between $300 and $10,000 a week. Let's hear it again, because I was right.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
And how did you get paid?
Finance office would pay me.
So you said that you
It was a finance.
while this was staying in his house, right?
Yes.
Where was this house?
7 Schoolmasters Lane,
In what town?
Dedham.
And could you describe this house? What was it? It was a single family home. What was it? Was it an apartment? Was it?
Oh, it was a single family home's house.
And how many floors was it?
Basement, middle floor, a landing, and then top floor. So
Don't worry, I have the Zillow listing. That's my favorite thing to do.
3 floors.
And so, where was the kitchen?
The kitchen was downstairs on the floor you come into the house on. So the first floor.
And that's where you did your chefing, cooking, baking. I don't know.
Chefing.
Where I did my cooking.
Yes.
It is chefing. She did her chefing.
And where did you stay in that house?
I stayed on the top floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bathroom.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
It was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway; it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Or where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then.
Okay, he's not being very clear at all. And I forgot to put the captions back on from the last time that I took him down to get a good screenshot. So the allegation is that he went into her bedroom and that's where he strangled her. So the layout's kind of important. So I'm just going to take it back a little tiny bit. She didn't understand what a single family home was. She's nervous. She slid into his DMs or vice versa. We're still not sure. But don't worry, because I have the Zillow listing. We're going to look at it after this.
All the way to the back, and it was
On
over
break.
the kitchen, up the floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing, all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bathroom.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
It was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway; it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Or where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then
Mr. Diggs' room.
Mr. Diggs was on the landing?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there in that house?
From July 2025, July 20th, 21st. Can't remember the exact date right now. To December the 15th.
And during that time, who was at the house with you?
Mr. Diggs, his friends.
Did he have other staff that lived there, or was it just?
No, it was just I was just living there. He had friends that basically lived there.
Okay.
Like Entourage and David D4BD.
While you were living there, was it a kind of regular schedule or thing? How did that work?
Yes, he gets a different schedule by the week, but it will change by the day sometimes. Sometimes he will have to go in later or earlier. So I will often ask at night what time you have to be at work, so I can have breakfast prepared for him to take.
Turning your attention now to November. Around November, did any sort of friction occur between members of his staff?
Yes.
And what was that?
Friction. Say that again.
Did it-
To his friction.
was there any sort of maybe I should say this. What, if anything, happened near the end of November?
Yes. A Instagram DM message was sent to his child's mother's friend, and this message was stating that I was telling his personal business of women that he was sleeping with that worked with us, that worked with me, and yeah.
And so,
as far as I can remember what that message said.
Okay. Instagram message DM was sent to one of his child's mothers because he has, children with a couple of different women, that said that she was gossiping about his business and other women that he was sleeping with, etc. And he probably got pissed. Say that again. I know it's convoluted, but we're doing the best we can. This trial is only supposed to be a day and a half, is what they said. So it's not going to be long. We've got time. Instagram DMs. Somebody slid into the DMs. That's always a bad thing.
That worked with us. That worked with being child's mother's friend. And this message was stating that I was telling his personal business.
Gossiping.
Of women that he was sleeping with that worked with us, that worked with me. And yeah.
And so,
as far as I can remember what that message said.
And
so,
how did this create friction within the people working for Mr. Diggs?
I was confronted by Mr. Diggs if I said these things. But it had already been Mr. Diggs had a ongoing sexual relationship with Lindsay Boland, and this person, she didn't like me, that fact that I was in the house.
So you mentioned Lindsay Boland. Who's that person?
Lindsay Boland, it works for Mr. Diggs.
And how?
Okay, she's telling us everything. Lindsay Boland was sleeping with him too. Sounds like all these ladies were jealous of each other. And now maybe Lindsay wanted to get her fired. I don't know if this helps or hurts her credibility. I'm on the fence right now. She seems like a very nice woman. I don't see any evil out of her yet, but let's keep listening. Stefon Diggs, he played for the New England Patriots. He was let go after the Super Bowl, and now he's a free agent. I did do the show notes. You may have to refresh and go out and come back in to read them. Lindsay Boland on the list.
What did she do?
I can't quite answer that. I just know he provides housing, taser.
she's someone
I
who
don't
works
know.
for-
Yeah, she works for them.
And so, did you and Lindsay get into any sort of argument, you mean, or?
We didn't get in. We got in an argument after Mr. Diggs confronted me. She sent me a message first, per his instruction, and called me a name. Excuse my language, guys. A bitch, and she just went on and on and on in this message about me.
We've heard far worse.
Maybe we heard it side by.
Yeah.
We've heard far worse. Mr. Kettlewell, just have a female associate, and I guess she's going to be the one questioning this witness because she's the one who objected. And typically, the attorney who's objecting is the one who's going to be doing the questioning.
At some point, were members of Mr. Diggs' staff going to go down to a trip to Miami?
The whole staff was supposed to go there, yes.
And you said the whole staff.
I wasn't finished on that last question.
That's fine, but I'm asking questions now.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was hearsay. That's probably why. But she wants to tell us more. She's like, oh, yeah, I wasn't finished. There's more I want to say.
So at some point, members of his staff were supposed to go down to Miami, right?
Yes.
When you said the whole staff, how many people was this?
His assistant, myself, and his friends. Who was in?
And did you end up going down to Miami?
No.
And why is that?
Mr. Diggs told me that I couldn't go because me and her had an issue from November 26th issue.
More sidebar. This is the prosecutor. This is not a civil case. This is a criminal case. Diggs is facing felony charges of strangulation. This is the former employee who was also a friend with benefits, who was allegedly his personal chef. You're just scrolling along the bottom. Her name is Mila Adams. This is direct examination by Mr. Virtue, the assistant district attorney for Norfolk DA's office in Massachusetts. This is in Dedham District Court, across the street from Norfolk Superior. She sounds like a scorned lover. And there he is, former New England Patriots star Stefon Diggs, also father of one of Cardi B's babies.
All right, jurors, at this point, we are approaching the lunch and recess, so I am going to.
We're behind, so we can catch up.
The lunch break. We will resume in about an hour, just about 5 to 2. I want to remind you that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, not on social media, not even amongst yourselves. No family, friends, nothing about this case is to be discussed while this matter is still pending. Instructed earlier about that. I want to remind you as well now, and you should have your lunch waiting for you. All right.
Are there any Stefon
All right,
Diggs
Jared,
supporters?
step down this way, please.
Thank you, Kay Willis, for giving 5 members. You're awesome. All right, let's see what happens. Yep,
Counsel,
jury
are
goes
there
out.
any issues that we need to address before I discharge the, or is everything all set? Anything that's come up from this morning? You had mentioned that you had certain exhibits that you had agreed and were going to be pre-marked. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Have those been provided to Mr. Clerk? So perhaps we could just make sure that's all in order so that when you resume, if you're
Yes.
going to be referring to them, that the record is clear. All right, thank you. With that, we'll resume in about an hour.
Court, all right.
He knows where the microphone is.
Court stands in a luncheon recess.
All right, and we have time to move. And we might skip right through lunch. But before we do that, you know, my corn is Zillow. I want to show you the listing for the home in which Stefon Diggs lived at the time. 7 Schoolmaster Lane in Dedham. Here's the listing. It is 1.63 acres. It's, I thought I looked this up and I thought it was around 7,000 square feet. The Zestimate on this is $2.8 million. And it looks like 5 bedrooms, 7 baths. Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's 9,687 square feet. Who knew that you could buy a house in Dedham for over $3 million? Kay Willis, that's who. She gifted 5 memberships. She's always in the chat. And if you need a realtor south of Boston, Kay Willis is your girl. It's a lovely home. I mean, looks a little sterile. I don't like the interior paint colors. This is like an olive on walls. It makes it look so dark in there. Why? Why would anyone do this? Big tub. But I mean, 7 bathrooms. That's a lot of toilet paper. Very dark, the paint colors in here. And there's red walls. Black, there's a black room. There's a black room in here. Black paint. Maybe that was his bedroom. I don't know. And then there's a giant walk-in closet and an unfinished kitchen. So that's the house. I don't know. They ripped it apart. Not sure why. Not sure what the status is. I don't think it's on the market right now. All right, let's go back to court. Just thought you'd like to see what the house looked like. And the alleged victim, Mila Adams, is still on the stand. And we're going to catch up to real time. And look at George Darcy, 1645. He's been to that house many years ago for a holiday party. And he says it's very beautiful. Thanks, George, for coming in. Thank you on top for your 5. And then she says, this is pro-women live. You're amidst the queen. Oh, thank you. And then says, last quoted as saying, Scooby Snacks, anyone, thank you very much. Always queen. Look at this on top. Totally on top of all the super chats today. Here we go. We're back in court after lunch. We'll be on real time soon. Chris West says, he's on the cheaters team. That team is a bad word in our parts. Thanks for your 5. Chris West. Oh, how about the Avs taking that game last night? That was huge. Huge. One of the highest scoring games in playoff history. What was the final score on that? 9-6 or something? Sorry, Minnesota fans. But I'm not sorry because I'm totally rooting for the Avalanche. Sorry, the Bruins. I had to retire my Bruins cap for the year.
You need to make sure that the person in the last row hears you. All right?
Yes.
Thank you. Come on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Adams, can I now turn your attention towards the date of December 2nd?
Yes.
Were you still employed by Mr. Diggs at this time?
Yes.
And where were you on December 2nd?
I was in the house. 7 schoolmasters.
Gotcha. And that day, what were you doing that day?
I woke up in the morning, prepared breakfast. Mr. Diggs came downstairs. He asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why. And it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsay Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me weeks ahead of time because me and his girlfriend, Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him not letting me know I wasn't going to come like at an earlier time.
And at some point during this day, were you alone in your bedroom?
Yes.
And do you know around when this was?
It was in around.
My deepest apologies, but it got very warm in here and I had to go turn the fan on and the air conditioner. So I totally missed what she just said. And I have a feeling that it's important because she said Cardi B. And so I have to just turn it back And I don't want to miss it because I want to give you my full analysis and also snark. So let's just take it back one moment. We're going back to the date of the incident, December 2nd, 2025. Okay. December 2nd, 2025. It's only a couple seconds. Don't worry.
House, 7 schoolmasters.
It's Zillow listing.
And that day, what were you doing that day?
I woke up in the morning, prepared breakfast. Mr. Diggs came downstairs. He asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why, and it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsay Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me.
It was personal. It was personal to her. It was personal. I don't know. She's sounding like a little bit jealous. I don't know.
Weeks ahead of time, because me and his girlfriend Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him not letting me know I wasn't gonna come like at an earlier time.
And at some point during this day, were you alone in your bedroom?
Yes.
And do you know around when this was?
It was in the like around 3 afternoon, 3-ish.
When you're in your bedroom by yourself, what, if anything, were you doing?
I was sitting on the bed, laying across the bed. I had my laptop, reading a cookbook, actually.
And
she and Cardi B were planning outfits to go to Art Basel in Miami. Did Cardi B know that you were a friend with benefits? Because let me tell you what, I have a feeling I know Cardi B from watching her trial with you guys. And I have a feeling that if Cardi B had any inkling that you were a friend with benefits that had previously been banging Stefon Diggs, she would have had you out of that house faster than he did. That's all I'm saying. I wonder if she's just learning this now like we are.
I had my laptop, reading a cookbook, actually.
And were you communicating with any people at this point?
I received a text from Anna, was one of his friends.
Did you receive any text or send any text to Mr. Diggs?
No, the morning text. That was in the morning. We had went back and forth.
So you had some previous texts in the morning?
Yes.
Let's go. You're in the bedroom. What happens next?
I was in the bedroom. Mr. Diggs came into my room. I was laying across the bed. He came into my room.
When you were in the bedroom, was the door closed?
Yes, the door was closed.
So when he came in, did he open the door?
Yes, he opened the door.
Did he leave it open after him?
No, he closed the door behind him.
And you said you were on the bed?
Yes, I was laying across the bed.
About how far away were you from the door?
About 4 or 5 feet, something like that.
So he comes in, closes the door behind him. What happens next?
He asked me to come here. He walked across the room and like leaned back on the dresser.
Okay, and just to give a kind of a sense, where's the dresser in the room in relation to like the door and?
Across the room, alongside the bathroom door.
Okay, so about how far away from the front door is the dresser?
What, 8 feet? I don't know them. A nice amount of feet.
Okay, so some amount of distance from it.
Okay, remember, Stefon Diggs is denying that any of this ever happened. He's denying this whole thing. So he may need to testify, but this is the pertinent portion of her story. This is what the Commonwealth needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this assault happened. That is the top charge. That's the felony charge, assault by strangulation. Cardi B was in the house. Will she be a witness? We don't know. Maybe she'll be a surprise witness. Is she going to the Met Ball tonight? I don't know.
You said he leans against the dresser?
Yes.
Are you still on the bed at this point?
I'm still on bed at this point.
What happens?
He comes in, he looks very angry. He was upset from the text exchange we were having. And in that text exchange, he was calling me bitches and he was just very upset.
But what happened in that room?
He came in and he with intent to hurt me.
No. What? Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He came in with the intent to hurt me. She doesn't want to talk about what happened. She just wants to prove the elements of the assault, felony by strangulation charge. He came in with the intent to hurt me. How do you know what his intent was? You were not inside of his mind. She looking for answers on the ceiling? I don't know. I'm not believing her so far. And it's not because she's a woman. She's pulling words right out of the statue, probably. Here you go. I'm going to hear this again.
He was upset from the text exchange we were having. And in that text exchange, he was calling me bitches and
Bitches?
he was just very upset.
But what happened in that room?
He came in and he with intent to hurt me.
No. What? Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He was leaning against the dresser. He asked me to get up to come here. I got up off the bed and I came across to him and I stood in front of him, like I stood on the side of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him and he was like, "What was all that shit you was talking?"
And then what happened?
And I was beginning to say, "You said," and I couldn't finish my statement and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked you,
He smacked me with an open hand.
do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my
Do you know
face.
which part of?
If this wasn't Stefon Diggs, there's no way they would have brought this case to trial, okay? I'm just going to say it now, and I'm going to say it again later. Lucy Medina was on trial for assaulting, not even killing, the husband who had been brutally beating her for years. This woman can't even verbalize what happened in the room, but because it's Stefon Diggs, we're going to try this case, of course. Let's hear that again. Tell me if you think it makes sense. He's leaning against the dresser.
Of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him and he was like, "What was all that shit you was talking?"
And then what happened?
And I was beginning to say, "You said," and I couldn't finish my statement and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked
He
you,
smacked me with an open hand.
do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my
Do you know
face.
which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Is it your cheek that got
It was
struck?
my cheek that got hit.
About how far away from you were you from him when that happened?
I was at the end of the dresser.
Just going to use a little common sense here, okay? Let's say that I go to smack her with my right hand and I smack her. I'm going to be, if she's facing me, I'm going to be smacking her left cheek, right? Yes. See if she cleans it up. Is he right-handed or left-handed? Somebody can look it up for me, I'm sure. Use Google though. Don't just tell me that you think you know that he's right-handed.
And where was he?
He was in the, like in front of the other side of the dresser.
So about how much space was in between you?
Maybe 3 feet, 4 feet.
So you said that he smacked. I want to use the word. Did you say smack or slap? I don't know what the word was.
Smack.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
She
I
didn't
went
say
to-
backhand. She said it with an open hand.
Like push him like
She
this.
said with an open hand.
So again,
She would have said backhanded if she meant backhanded. Okay, hold on. He's right-handed. Thank you.
he.
Feet, 4 feet.
So you said that he smacked. I want to use the word. Did you say smack or slap? I don't know what the word was.
Smack.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this, like stop him.
So again, I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him.
How tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands
Yes,
around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
up to block his hand.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he
She has been smiling.
Can I have a
Many of you I know do not watch the screen. You're driving or doing things that prevent you from looking at the screen. Some of you just like listening to me in your earbuds while you're at work and you can't look at the screen. But look at the screen now because she has been smiling kind of through this whole entire testimony. And now it looks like she wants to cry. So just I'm going to take it back just so you can see the dramatic turn of emotion here. My 18-wheeler friend, our friend Mike is parked. He's parked. So we don't have to worry about him right now.
and then he Can I have a second? Can I have a second?
Can I have
Yes,
a
you can,
second? Can I have a second? Hand to face. Now she's twirling her hair. She didn't ask for a drink of water or anything or break, but she's starting to quiver a little bit. Her lips are trembling a little. Deep breath she's taken.
Right. When I went up to push his hand, like block him, like block him, he took his arm and he like came around my neck with the crook of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck.
Okay, you might have to turn up your volume on your end because all of a sudden she got real quiet, even though she's leaning into the mic and she's demonstrating what she says that he did. She said, when I tried to block him, I went to push his hand and then he came around me with his elbow and his neck. And now she's going to demonstrate. So you might want to try and come to your screen now if you can, because it's going to be hard for me to narrate. All right, let's watch this again. Performance of a lifetime.
Like block him, he took his arm and he like came around my neck with the crook of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck with his elbow.
He crook of his elbow around my neck and began to press on it and choke.
So you said you pushed against him and then he put his arm around your neck?
Yes,
Do you know, were you facing away from him?
I was facing him.
You were facing him, he put his arm around your neck?
Yes, he like spun me around.
He spun you around?
Yeah, like I will have to show you more so than.
Oh, she wants to
can
show us. Good.
describe
Let's do a demo. He would have to be behind her to do what she is saying, right? He would have to be behind her to get his arm around her neck and do this whole thing that she was just demonstrating with the crook of the neck. And so she says she has to show us. So by all means, we could do like an Ashley Benefield reenactment right now. Make it make
Describe as
sense,
best you can.
sis.
I was standing in front of him. When he slapped me, I went to like try to hit him back like this. And then it was like he tackled me, like got me to try to keep from pushing him or protecting myself.
It was like he tackled me, she said, using a football term. Getting me to try and not hit him back. Okay. Trooper Paul can map it out for us, says Jenny.
Like he tackled me, like got me to try to keep from pushing him or protecting myself. And he put his arm around my neck like this, and he was choking me.
So you ended up in a position where
And he put his arm around my neck like this and he was choking me and she's just choking herself with the crook of her elbow and it makes no sense to me. unless it was like a pirouette kind of thing. She's not believable. She's not. I'm sorry. She's just not. Hi, Olivia. Olivia Niles here.
His like forearm or bicep was around your neck.
Yes.
And you said he choked you. What exactly did he put pressure on your neck?
Yes, he put pressure.
And were you able to breathe?
At first, and it kept getting tighter.
So were you able to breathe?
No.
About how long were you in this position?
I would say roughly.
Mary Lyon says, Melanie, you sound like you are biased. No, I'm analyzing the testimony as I see it, and I have opinions, and I'm going to share them with you, Mary. And if you don't like them, then you are free to go. You're free to go. I'm not going to bullshit you and tell you that I think she's being credible. I don't think she's being credible. Okay? In my opinion, from what I've heard so far, sounds like a money grab to me. Sounds like she was telling his business all over town. She hadn't signed an NDA. And then she got pissed that she wasn't allowed to go to Miami with Cardi B and dress in cute outfits. That's what it sounds like to me so far. And then somebody else says, very sad for justice if many commenters here were on the jury. All opinions, no facts yet. No, these are the facts as she is telling them to us. These are her facts. Okay? The fact that they are prosecuting Stefon Diggs for this is because he's Stefon Diggs. Okay? Well, let's see what happens. And let's go from here. Welcome.
All the amount of time, I just know it went from the edge where we were in front of the dresser to the side of the bed to him falling on top of me on the bed.
So about how far of a distance is that?
About maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that. 5, 6 feet.
5, 6 feet?
At some point, did he let you go?
Yeah, he let me go. When we got to the side of the bed, I was pushing back. I started to do a move that I saw off of social media. He said to me, that shit is not going to work.
So when you say you saw him, you tried to do
That
a
was
move.
a defensive move where you try to put your hands underneath the person that's trying to choke you. It's like something I saw on a woman defensive page or something. And he said, that shit you see on Instagram is not going to work. And that's when he got tighter. Like the more I was trying to put his hand, he got tighter.
And then what happened?
So she saw a defensive move on Instagram that she tried to use on him, and he said that shit you see on social media is not gonna work here. It's like right out of a movie. It's like right out of an Instagram post. Hold on, let's hear it again.
Move that I saw off of social media.
Move that I saw off social media. All right, hold on.
About in front of the dresser to the side of the bed to him falling on top of me on the bed.
So about how far of a distance is that?
About maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that. 5, 6 feet.
At some point, did he let you go?
Yeah, he let me go. When we got to the side of the bed, I was pushing back. I started to do a move that I saw off of social media. He said to me, that shit is not going to work.
So when you say you saw him, you tried to do a
That was
move.
a defensive move where you try to put your hands underneath the person that's trying to choke you. It's like something I saw on a woman defensive page or something. And he said, that shit you see on Instagram is not going to work. And that's when he got tighter. Like the more I was trying to put his hand, he got tighter.
And then what happened?
And then I was pushing back. And then he like fell down on top of me on the bed because I was on the side of the bed. And it was like, he was like letting me, like, I guess he was about to let me go. But as he was getting up, he like pulled my hair. And he was like, yeah, I thought so.
And then what happened?
He got up off of me, off the bed behind me, and he walked around the bed. I told him I still haven't got paid. He said lies. And he was like, so what are you doing? So what are you doing for the week? And I was like, I'm staying here. He said, I don't want anyone in my house. I don't want anyone here. I was like, okay, so who's going to get my ticket? He said, who always gets your ticket? And
Okay, girl, sis. He just choked you to the point where, I don't know, you must have been in fear for your life that this man was choking you. You're 4'11". He's over 6 feet. He choked you. And now you're worried about, now you want to stay in his house while he's away and you're arguing about getting a ticket to something. Make it make sense. Right. After he choked you, he asked you what you were doing for the week. And you said you still wanted to stay in his house. And he was like, hell no. And then you were arguing about something else, all in the span of after the choking. Okay. Here we go. After he got off the bed, and then here's what happened after.
and he was like, so what are you doing? So what are you doing for the week? And I was like, I'm staying here. He said, I don't want anyone in my house. I don't want anyone here. I was like, okay, so who's going to get my ticket? He said, who always gets your ticket? And that's it. He walked out of the room.
So from the moment he entered the room to the moment he left, about how much time went by?
My last text to Anna was probably like 3:30 something. I text Sunny at 4:11. So it was between that time because I didn't have plans. I didn't have money to go anywhere to travel. I know,
but just the question was about how long time.
It was just in between that time. I can't say exact, but I know it's before 4:11.
So was that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes?
He was in the room probably maybe 10 minutes, 15. I'm not sure.
When he left the room, what happened next?
I looked down at my pants. I had peed my pants, and I had just came off my cycle, and I was bleeding really bad again. I guess because I was so scared, I changed my pants and I cleaned up myself, and I came back in the room, and that's when I text Sunny to get my flight.
And where was that flight to?
Atlanta.
At some point, did you exit your? When you said you went to your bathroom, is that the bathroom that's connected to the bedroom, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you leave out your bedroom again?
I didn't leave out my bedroom till later in the afternoon.
But so at some point later on, you did. Do you know about how long you stayed there?
In my bedroom? A while, because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
So at some point though, that later on that day, you exited out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And what did you do next?
When I exited out of the bedroom, while I was in my bedroom, I was packing my clothes to leave. I called another coworker, I would call her, and I just asked her, like, you know, what she was doing, and she was like, I told her I wasn't able to go to Art Basel, and that like I was going home, and she was like, oh, you should come here, and I was like,
I told her I wasn't allowed to go to Art Basel. And she was like, you should just come here. I don't have any money to travel. Did you tell her that Stefon Diggs just choked you out in the bedroom? Or did you leave that story out? Because apparently you've been gossiping about who he's sleeping with. Why wouldn't you tell anyone that he just choked you? This is what doesn't make sense to me. The first thing you tell your friend is that you're not allowed to go to Art Basel. Okay. Not that you just got choked by Stefon Diggs. Okay. Not again. Packing up to go to Atlanta.
I just asked her, like, you know, what she was doing, and she was like, I told her I wasn't able to go to Art Basel, and that like I was going home, and she was like, oh, you should come here, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll come there.
When she said here, what does that mean?
New York City. So I then proceeded to change my flight to go to New York.
Okay. And when was that flight going to be?
I just know I landed at 10:49. It was a later flight in the
But it's that day?
It's that day, yes.
Did you see Mr. Diggs anytime after that happened that day?
Yes.
And what was that like?
He was getting a massage, and I was leaving out. By the time I saw him, I was handing over birthday gifts that I had got
So when you said you're handing out birthday gifts, who were you handing out birthday gifts
to him.
This is a gift that you had already purchased, or
Yes, I normally give him a birthday gift every year.
when's his birthday?
November 28th.
Okay, so this was a little bit afterwards.
Yeah.
So at some point, did you leave this house?
Yes.
How did you leave to get to the airport?
Car, a Uber.
All right, and so an Uber came and picked you up and brought you to the airport?
Yes.
You went to New York. Was it New York City or New York State?
New York City.
Also New York State, yeah.
Hmm.
And who did you meet up in New York City?
I met up with Shy Charles, and she picked me up from the airport, and we went to pick up her friend Talia, and then we went to her ex-husband's house to pick up something or to do something she had to do. We were there. We ordered wings and watched a movie, watched some videos.
And did you tell any?
Okay, for those in the chat, Justice is my bias is saying, I didn't tell anybody what happened to me either. Here's the difference, I bet, between what happened to you and what happened to her. Maybe what happened to you was with a partner, right? A domestic situation. This is her employer. This is her employer who allegedly choked her, right? They no longer are together. They are no longer friends with benefits. It's not like she's trying to protect her boyfriend or her husband and she loves him. This is her employer. That's how I'm differentiating this between, Ashley Benefield, Lucy Medina, women who stay with abusive partners. This is her employer. There's a reason why she wouldn't tell anybody, in my opinion. But okay. And she's giving him a birthday present? They ordered wings.
Anyone hear about what had happened to you?
No, I didn't tell anyone there because they have their own interpersonal sexual relationship. So,
okay. It's your boss, girl. This is your boss. This is not your boyfriend. It's totally different. Listen, did you tell them? No.
Videos.
And did you tell anyone here about what had happened to you?
No, I didn't tell anyone there because they have their own interpersonal sexual relationship. So I wouldn't have never told her anything like that.
How long did you stay in New York?
I stayed in New York Tuesday to Tuesday, so 7 days a week.
And did you come back to Massachusetts?
Yes.
And did you come back to working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
At some point, and I know this was a little bit before, maybe a little bit afterwards, but at some point were you talking to Mr. Diggs about money you felt he owed you?
It was past wages.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you?
Time out. I did beat you out. I was letting that far out, man. Yeah, you're pretty far out there, troll. I was giving that person a little grace, but I decided not to, Scott. So I did beat you to the button on that one. Block Island is so lovely this time of year. Okay, let's hear that again.
Working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
And did you?
She came back to work for him again?
Come back to
Tuesday, so 7 days a week.
and did you come back to Massachusetts?
Yes.
And did you come back to working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
So she came back to work after staying in New York for a week, not being able to go to Art Basel in Miami. She's back.
At some point, and I know this was a little bit before, maybe a little bit afterwards, but at some point were you talking to Mr. Diggs about money you felt he owed you?
It was past wages.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you first start? When did you first bring that up with him?
during the week of Art Basel. I want to say like maybe the 5th or 6th.
Of December?
Yes.
Okay. And so you felt that he owed you some money from wages that weren't paid. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't paid for the time of the month. Like I hadn't been paid for the weeks that I put in at that time.
And who did you talk to Mr. Diggs directly? Or did you talk to his finance people? Who did you talk to about this?
It was a chain of command. Like I would talk to his assistant. But his assistant was under investigation for stealing watches and money. So I don't know if my things.
Sustain that portion of the answer will be stricken from the record and the jury
Wow.
will disregard it.
All I needed to do was take a bite of my protein bar and I missed this whole thing. She's got to put it out there that she told his assistant, but she was under investigation for stealing watches and money. So, I don't know that she was going to do anything about. Look at this freeze game on point. This is not a civil case. This is not a civil case. This is a criminal case. These are felony assault charges. Hi, next witness. Love you. Felony assault charges. Did he lose his job with the Patriots after the Super Bowl because of this? Because of these pending charges? She's trying to get stuff out there that she knows is not admissible. You can't put the, can't put the genie back in the bottle at this point because she just said it. She was under investigation for stealing watches and money.
Under investigation for stealing watches and money. So I don't know if my things.
Sustain that portion of the answer will be stricken from the record and the jurors will disregard it. Give it no consideration to jury or deliberation. Please answer the question asked. Commonwealth, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All in the money.
At some point, did someone from Mr. Diggs bring up a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and try to hide his abuse.
That objection is sustained. That portion of
Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and hide his abuse. I'm sorry, ma'am. Chef? Didn't you say you worked for other very famous people? Isn't it common practice in your job to have to sign an NDA with every single famous employer or sports or athlete or entertainer that you've ever worked with? Did they all abuse you too? Any sympathy that I had for her, which really wasn't a lot to begin with, is now completely gone and shattered. Case dismissed. What are we doing here? Here you go. She was going to finish that sentence no matter what. Let's hear it again.
At some point, did someone from Mr. Diggs bring up a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and try to hide his abuse.
that objection is sustained. That portion of the witness's answer will be stricken and the jurors will disregard it during your deliberations. You are given no consideration and do not give reason. Next question.
At some point, were you given some information about a non-disclosure agreement by someone who worked for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
And what?
There's the judge. We haven't seen her all trial until now. There she is. Her name is, I think you told me her name is Jean Marie Carroll. She moved to strike that. I mean, she told the jury to disregard what she just said, but too late. They heard it.
When was this who worked for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
And when was this?
A couple days after the assault.
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
At what?
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
I didn't stop working for Mr. Diggs until my last day in the house. I would say it was the 16th. So yeah, at some point.
So December 16th. Okay.
Oh, wasn't that the same day that you went to
at
the
some
police
point-
station? The 16th? Same. Put a pin in that.
Did you report any of this to the Dedham police?
Yes.
And when was that?
The Tuesday.
Do you know the actual day or just that it was a Tuesday?
I left on the 15th. I left his house on the 15th. I reported on that 16th.
Okay, so. And
Now she's changing it to
so
the
you-
15th.
did you call the police? Did you go there in person? How did that happen?
I went there in person.
And what happened when you got there?
I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days.
Objection, Your Honor.
And he refused to pay me.
Objection is sustained.
She just did an eye roll. Her eyes almost popped out of her head. So it seems to me like she went to the police station because she wanted to get paid. She went to the police station to see if they would force him to pay her. And then all of a sudden, she's reporting an assault. Okay, let's hear that. Let's see that again. Watch the eye roll.
I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days.
Objection, Your Honor.
And he refused to pay me.
An objection is sustained. A portion of the response is written under your deliberation. Answer the question asked. Raise the question.
Can't hear the judge.
At some point, you arrived to the Dedham police station.
Yes.
Did you speak to an officer?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power. So yes. But I
Objection,
did.
Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'm sorry, what? Did you tell the Dedham police officer about the assault? And then she said something about his fame. Hold on, I got to turn this up in my ear. At some point, you arrived at the Dedham police station.
Yes, I did.
At some point, you arrived to the Dedham police station.
Yes.
Did you speak to an officer?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and
Oh, I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power.
power. So yes. But I
Objection,
did.
Your Honor. Move to strike. The objection is sustained. That comment by the witness will be stricken from the record, and the jurors are to disregard it and not consider it in their deliberation.
At some point, did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did at any point you provide to the Dedham police text messages?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, may I, Coach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yeah.
Approaching of what was previously marked as Exhibit 1, I'm placing something in front of you. If you could take a look at that, and when you're done looking at that, look back up at me. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the text message exchange between me and Mr. Diggs.
And is this the text message exchange that you provided to the Dedham police?
Yes.
Did she cherry pick her text messages?
I deleted messages because making a report to the police in my previous abusive relationship,
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Stay still.
I'm telling you what.
Stop.
There it is. She had a previous abusive relationship. And that's very sad. I feel very bad for her. But she's not supposed to be saying all this stuff. And she's trying to gain sympathy from the jury. And so she's putting it out there. And the judge is not having any of it. Listen to this again. She's saying she deleted messages. Hold on. It says it's supposed to say Dedham police, but it says denim. It says denim police, like blue jeans. Listen, everyone smash the like button while we're here. Helps the algorithm. Thank you so much. There you go.
I deleted messages because making the report to the police in my previous abusive relationship, me.
Stay down.
I'm telling you what.
Stop.
He's fighting with the judge.
That part of the answer is stricken from the record. Jurors will disregard it. Now, please answer the question that is put to you.
Okay.
And if you don't understand it, you can have it restated for you. Counsel at sidebar.
Yeah, counsel at sidebar. She's going to be like, Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Virtue, that's his name, Virtue. You're going to need to control your witness. If you need to take a break and speak to her, here's Stefon Diggs. He's sitting over there like, is this why he lost his job? I still don't have a clear answer on that. I don't know if there's been other accusations against him. I don't know if he's got a history of violence or none of that. The jury's not going to hear any of that stuff. This is a criminal case. This is not a civil case. Okay. Stefon Diggs is on trial in Massachusetts in Dedham District Court for felony assault charges of strangulation and another misdemeanor charge by this woman who was his personal chef / friend with benefits. Can't stand that noise. Sleep machine. Somebody's handing Stefon a pad. A man sitting behind him. It looks like it's probably maybe his family back there. Not sure. Very small courtroom. Dedham District Court.
John, may I approach?
Go right ahead.
Turning your attention to what is marked as Exhibit 2.
His mom.
Do you recognize what this is? You can look through it. There's a
One minute. I recognize it, but the messages is cut off.
There's a I believe 3 pages to this. Throw 4 pages rather.
That's what I said, Jeff, in the beginning. Jeff says, this is like our friendly ATF agent downloading the info off his own phone himself for the investigation. Trust me, bro. Yep. Took a page out of Higgins' book.
Yes.
Do you recognize this? What these is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was in a text exchange
Between whom?
between me and Mr. Diggs.
And when was this text exchange from?
The morning into the noon, 12/2.
Of December 2nd?
Yes.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Dedham police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy, and I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken. Yeah.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Dedham police?
Because when I was abused in my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
Again. Okay, so let me just toss this out there. Okay, this is the second time she's mentioned her previous abusive relationship, and that may be true that she had a previous abusive relationship. Could this have been a trigger for her? Her previous, we all come into everything with our previous experiences, right? Was that a trigger for her that made her react a certain way in her dealings with Stefon Diggs? It doesn't mean that just because she was in an abusive relationship before that this actually happened. Doesn't mean that this didn't happen. The jury should not be hearing about her prior abusive relationship at all, but it may work against her in their minds, because as much as the judge says, listen, disregard that, strike that from the record, disregard what she just said again, it's too late. It's out there. Will there be a request for a mistrial? Did she delete messages that made her look bad? She wants to tell us everything. The judge is going to have a conniption. He asked her why she deleted some text messages.
Text messages to the Dedham police. Why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Dedham police?
Because when I was abused in my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained. There's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
I mean, it could be grounds for a mistrial. It's highly prejudicial. You know, it could make the jury feel sorry for her. Like, oh, this poor woman, she gets abused by so many men. She must be telling the truth. Now she's just sitting there. The sleep machine is on. And now she's just sitting there and she's all of a sudden making these facial expressions, biting her lip, like she wants to cry again. Well, she did say that they were friends with benefits at one point. So yeah, she says that they were in a relationship at one point, but Cardi B at this point was living in the house. And the chef was mad because she wasn't going to go to Art Basel. She wasn't allowed to go to Miami with the rest of them because she was having another fight with another girl named Lindsay. She was mad.
Jurors can step down this way, please.
Sending the jury out. Let's see what's going to happen. I think.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way, please.
She's trying to gain sympathy points. So the judge has already told her more than once.
Recess.
You know, and this is why, and you know, some people are arguing on the other side. This is why women don't report because, you know, nobody believes them. This makes it harder for real victims of real abuse to be believed, you know? All right, let's see what happens. Jury's been sent out. We're a little bit behind. We have room to scooch. Well, I don't know if she lived there, but she was there when this happened because this witness said, Cardi and I were getting ready with our outfits to go to Miami. We're supposed to go the next day. And then all of a sudden, he didn't tell me. He didn't tell me that I wasn't allowed to go to Miami until the next day. And like, how rude of him, because he should have given me some more notice. I'm already planning my outfits with Cardi B. And this is the state's witness. She is the alleged victim here. And she was well prepped by the state's attorney. She just does not care. She must be part, Heather Mosher, of the We Do Not Care Club. Run by another creator that we love, another Melanie, the We Do Not Care Club. Pool camera doing a good job of keeping the focus on the floor and the clock.
So the question was, why did you delete text messages when you provided them to the Dedham police?
The fear of how I'll be perceived.
Your Honor, may I approach us?
Yes.
The fear of how she would be perceived.
I made direct potential is marked as exhibit 3. Do you mind looking through this? It's a number of pages. And when you're kind of looked at it a little bit, you can look back on it.
Jury's back now. I believe the jury's back now.
I'm reading all of them or just that first page?
Have you got a few of those? Let me say, from what you've seen, do you recognize what these seem to be?
Yes.
And what are these?
text messages about the,
Do you know who the text messages are between?
yes, between me and Mr. Diggs.
And do you know when these text messages are from?
12-2. Yeah, 12-2.
So were those text messages that were going on between you and me that morning of that day?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to maybe go to the third last page on this.
In this whole thing?
Of this section. Your Honor, may I approach and
Yes.
It would be great if we could call Yuri Buchanan to be a guest reader and read the text messages. Thanks, Mitchell, for the suggestion. Wanghorn stating the obvious. He could have saved so much trial time and money by sending her to Art Basel instead. Sorry, not sorry. She is the first witness. Yes, she is.
Yes.
so on the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes,
Oh,
Who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you respond?
okay. Well, I didn't know it was going there. So if you have me, nurses, if you're on the public computer watching without headphones, you're going to have to maybe put your earbuds in, everyone. Warning, warning. The P word has come out. I started from the top. Put earmuffs on your kids, as they say. I am not responsible for their language. That's why I'm taking it back, because Moon Age missed it. Here you go. There are some messages that she deleted. I think this is the set without the deletions. She was afraid because of her prior abusive relationship of how this would make her look if people heard her saying this to him. Yes, the ADA did warn me. What, if anything? I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. The kitty has arrived, says on top. The kitty. Remember Cardi B and her child? She was like, I was just going to the doctor to get my kitty checked out. Okay, moving on. Keep it clean, please. From the top.
Yes.
So on the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes,
And who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you respond?
Will do.
Show me meaning she said that word first. He said, show it to me. And she said, will do. So she's going to show him the kitty? Is that what she's saying? Okay. All right. She's like, will do. I'll show you. Come on to my bedroom. How about she invited him to the bedroom because she's actually offering it. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, I see where this is going now. Maybe he didn't want your kitty, and that's why you mad.
And were those the last text messages sent before Mr. Diggs hit you?
Yes, I'm not mistaken.
Show me I'm one.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
I thought she said, show me it. It was hard to hear what she said. I need to see it up on the screen. Show me how. He was saying, show me how I'm one. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. All right. I'll rewind it. I'll rewind it. You think I won't? Don't dare me.
And how did pussy? Who sent that?
I did.
On the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes,
And who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you
Oh, show me I'm P word. Show me I'm a P word.
respond?
Will do.
And were those the last text messages sent before Mr. Diggs hit you?
Yes, I'm not mistaken.
Okay, she's daring him, calling him a punk.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
Bringing your attention now to what's marked.
I don't know what's in her brain.
Can you look through a few of these?
I like it better the other way too. It made more sense to me.
And do you recognize what these are?
Yes,
And what are these?
these are messages that I sent him asking to be paid.
And do you know when around these were from?
It was a couple of days after. They were in Art Basel. 12/5 it says. Yeah, I know. I was begging for my money for a while.
She's a couple days later, she's texting him when he's in Miami looking for her money. Did she ever say, I can't believe you choked me? How dare you choke me? Or anything like that? I don't know. Follow the money. Jean Marie says, gang
Just,
that.
I think, final question.
Cross, come on.
He was in the room when he slapped you, when he put you in a headlock. Was there anyone else in the room but you two?
Just us two.
And were there other people in the house?
Yes,
Do you know where they were in the house?
downstairs. If I'm not mistaken.
And you said you went to New York. You met with a Shy. Is it Shy?
Yeah,
How did you know Shy Charles?
she works for him.
Okay, so
She braids his hair.
and so has she known you longer or him longer?
Him longer.
She braids his hair. That's a good job.
No further questions.
Oh, good. Cross. Going across. I think it's going to be the female attorney. Not Mr. Kettleman.
Ms. Adams, today is not the first day you've told the story of what you say happened on December 2nd, true?
True.
The first time you told the story was on December 16th, right?
Yes.
And that was to Officer Ellis of the Dedham Police Department, right?
Yes.
And you sat with Officer Ellis, right?
Yes.
And you told him your story,
Yes.
and he took notes of what you were saying.
Yes.
Because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Objection.
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was
Well-
making a report. I don't know.
You don't know what a criminal complaint is? You were just telling us about your past abusive relationship. You never made a criminal complaint against that person? She was just filling out a report? Okay.
A criminal complaint. Because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Objection.
What's the objection?
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was
Well-
making a report. I don't know.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a report to the police about a violent assault was to start a criminal case.
No. I made a criminal report to have a report to document it.
So documentation was important to you, right?
Yes.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Tell us more.
What you said to Officer Ellis when you reported this crime, this so-called crime, is that you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes.
You told the police officer who filed the criminal complaint in this case, based on your word, that your fight with Mr. Diggs on December 2nd was over money. True?
Yes.
Except you just testified under oath to this jury that you didn't start talking about money until December 5th, right?
What did you say?
You just testified under oath to this jury.
I have been begging for my money since December the 5th. Mr. Diggs, and throughout those messages, you can see that I was begging for my money since that day.
Which message? Are you talking about Exhibit 3 that you just looked at?
It's other messages that you guys should have me begging for my money from Mr. Diggs.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
do you recall testifying under oath to this jury that your fight on December 2nd was about Lindsay, your anger at Lindsay, and you being told you couldn't go on the Miami trip?
My anger was at Stefon. I never said my anger was at Lindsay.
You were angry at Stefon on December 2nd
Yes.
because you were told you couldn't go on
I was
Miami.
angry at Stefon because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to Art Basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs on December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Your Honor, may I approach?
The judge's name is Jean Marie Carroll. There she is. We haven't seen her much. Thanks, Sherilyn. Hi, Sherilyn. How are you? Here's Stefon. That looked like a nice watch. Hang on. I don't know. Rolex? Somebody will zoom in on it and tell me. Gold watch. We have a little room to scooch. Underneath that sidebar.
Show you document. Do you recognize that document that I've shown you as the police report that was prepared based on your statements on December 16th?
Yes,
You've seen this report before.
yes, I made it.
And you see on the report where it says, she said that on this date, the male that she worked for entered her unlocked bedroom. They had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male.
I did
There's no
not.
question pending yet. Do you see that language?
Yeah.
Did you say that to Police Officer Ellis on December 16th?
Or did he proctor it? Did he write it down wrong?
Yes, I see it.
And that wasn't true, was it?
Is she going to
To
get
my
caught?
recollection, it was true. We did discuss money.
Ms. Adams, you just testified under oath about what happened on December 2nd.
Okay, I also didn't put in the police report our sexual relationship because I was ashamed. The police report got leaked. I didn't put a lot of things. The most important thing was the attack in the police report. Me reporting anything outside of why he got upset, I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B. So I did not put a lot of things in the police report. My most important thing was him assaulting me and choking me and stuff. So that was the most important thing that I put in the police report. I was very vague. I didn't feel the need that I had to go and explain the relationship.
When you were asked questions, you actually gave.
I didn't
Ma'am,
feel.
You must wait until I finish the question.
Wait until counsel answers the question. Answer it. If you don't understand it, ask it.
Yes,
Because
golden
you
watches.
didn't feel it was important. When you were asked questions about what happened on December 2nd, you lied.
It did not change what happened on December 2nd.
I'm
It
gonna
did
try
not
my
change what happened on December 2nd. He choked and slapped me.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to try my question again. Because you didn't think it was important when you asked the questions of Dedham Police Officer Ellis on December 16th, you lied.
I did not lie. I just did not expand on detail on the relationship I had with Mr. Diggs. I didn't feel that that was important. The sexual relationship, I didn't feel like that was important. I didn't feel it was important that he was upset because I told him I was not in love with him like those other women. I was ashamed of being with him. I didn't feel the need to explain it to the police officers.
Please answer the question. The counsel can then ask you the next question.
Under oath, On December 2nd, when you claim Mr. Diggs walked into your room, you had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life. Give me the money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me.
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
You
to
will
what
be
you
paying
were
me out for
responding
the
to?
season and the money you
Girl.
said you would give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Ms. Adams.
She has gone rogue. Katrina Bunny is right. You're not being truthful with the police is a strange thing to admit on the stand here. She's making it seem like the relationship was still ongoing about Cardi B. She's got to throw Cardi B in there. Right. She's standing Cardi B's witness stand fashion with the white. Yeah, remember she had the white jacket with those real puffy sleeves? She just went rogue. There was no question. Nobody can shut her up. She's like a train running off the track. Let's hear what the judge has to say to her. She's freestyling. Objection, I need popcorn. Go make your popcorn.
You're going to listen to counsel's question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question.
It's a jury
Not
trial.
an opportunity for you just to say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
All right? It is to be responsive to the question presented.
Okay.
Next question.
Thank you, Anna.
This reminds me of the Boss Baby trial, the way he just was allowed to testify like in narrative fashion. But since she did give a whole big ass speech and apologized to the jury for her language several times, I got to go back to before she did that. And I think the defense attorney is kind of like, I'm going to let her go. I'm going to let her go and see how far she goes because she's really just going to dig herself into a hole. The defense attorney knows what those text messages say. And quite frankly, this witness is making herself look like a crazy person. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. She's making herself look like a crazy person who wants revenge against Stefon Diggs for some money that he may have owed her for working as his personal chef at $2,000 a week. Sometimes you let a witness talk enough and the crazy starts coming out of the box, you know? I want to hear the last question. And then this is when she goes off. Here we go.
Diggs walked into your room. You had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life. Give me the money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me.
And then she grabs the binder and now she's getting into the binder. Give me the money for my business. I think there was something to that too. I think she says that he had promised to give her money he promised to give her money so she could start a business or something if she would leave. And I remember reading that, I think, in the documents somewhere offline, because we haven't talked about this together, I don't think. But now she's grabbing the binder and she's going to keep reading until somebody shuts her up. Crazy coming out of the box.
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
You
to
will
what
be
you
paying
were
me out for
responding
the
to?
season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Ms. Adams. You're going to listen to counsel.
I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life. Who is she talking about? Who the bitch? Huh. She sounds like a scorned lover. It's a jury trial. I don't know if Cardi B is going to testify. Praise be. Do I hope so? There's a man on trial here for felony assault charges. I'm going to have to look up the statute and see what the possible sentence is here. She's very aggressive, and the crazy's coming out of the box. It's not going to be good for her.
Question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question. This is not an opportunity.
She's slamming the pages
to
around.
say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
All right. It is to be responsive to the question presented.
Okay.
Next question.
Thank you, Anna. That response that you just read, that was actually a response to something Steph wrote to you, right?
That was a text exchange over
Yes or
money.
no question, ma'am.
What was your question?
What you just read into the record, that was a response to a text message that Steph sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And in that request, in that message that Steph sent to you, you understood you were getting fired, right?
No.
What Steph wrote to you is, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this, but oh well." Right?
Yes.
And you understood when you received that he was telling you you were not going to be cooking for him anymore.
No.
You didn't understand that.
No.
And that's why you responded with, "You will be paying me out this season and the money you owe me."
No.
Because you knew you were about to lose your job, right?
I was not about to lose my job.
You didn't understand, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this," as a sign that you were about to lose your job?
No.
In any event, you didn't tell Officer Ellis on December 16th when you reported this assault any of that, right?
The last text message was about money. The last back and forth text messages was about money. Money he owed me for not finishing out the contract, and money he owed me that he said that he would invest in my business.
So
I took a lower pay because Stefon agreed
Your Honor, may I have
that
the witness instruction?
I will have chance to work on my
Ms.
business by
Adams?
working with
Ms. Adams, there's no question in front of you right now. And again,
Okay, so if he didn't fire you, it was a great point, Lady Tammy, then she quit. Therefore, she's not entitled to any extra pay, like severance. Like she may be entitled to back pay if she only got paid once a month and she was still owed for the weeks that she worked. Did she quit or was she fired? Pick a lane. She still wanted his money because she still wanted to work with him on another venture. See what she's saying here? And she won't STF you.
because
Like a
Stefon
Your
agreed
Honor, may I have the
that
witness instruction?
I will have chance to work on my
Ms.
business by
Adams?
working with
Ms.
him.
Adams,
Right.
there's no question in front of you right now. And again, just answer the questions put to you. It's not an opportunity for you just to end with your score.
Look what she's doing with her cheek. She's got the tongue in her cheek like she's really getting mad. She's popping off. Sometimes you don't even need to push your witnesses' buttons. You can just let them just go off on their own. And what's the jury thinking right now? It's a money grab. It's a money grab. She got pissed because he was allegedly going to help her get into another, do another business or something. So if you can come to the screen so that you can watch the facial movements that she's making with her tongue, like she's just getting real mad that she's being told to shut up. Watch the body language.
Ms. Adams, there's no question in front of you right now. And again, just answer the questions put to you. It's not an opportunity for you just to end with your score.
You told other falsehoods to Officer Ellis, didn't you?
No, not to my knowledge.
You told Officer Ellis that you had injuries from this alleged assault, right?
I told him I had bruising, meaning redness, and soreness on my throat.
Bruising or redness and soreness? Which one?
You told him you had bruising on your neck, right?
It was like red. It wasn't like purple bruises. On the incident report, pull that up.
You didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police office on December 16th, did you?
No, because that happened on December 2nd.
Right. So any injuries that you would have had, you had a reason for why they weren't there, right?
That happened, it faded. The fading went away the night.
And did
Went
you
away
take
by
any
that night.
pictures of your injuries?
I was in shock. The first thing was not to take pictures. It was get it together.
But ma'am, you told us earlier in your testimony that 5 times that you had a prior abusive relationship and that you would delete text messages because I would bet that in her prior abusive relationship, she did take the pictures. You can't use it as a shield and a sword. You can't be trying to get it out there that you had this prior abusive relationship. And so that's the way you behaved the way that you did by deleting text messages and then say, oh, I was in shock. I never would have taken pictures. Right?
I thought you just testified under oath that you had just received a text message from a woman named Anna. That's Anna Kokolis, right?
You're in the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under
You're on
oath.
the wrong
ma'am?
timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath that you were sitting on your bed, reading a cookbook, got a text message from Anna, and Mr. Diggs walked into your room?
Mr. Diggs walked in minutes after I texted him. That's how I based the time on what time he walked in the room.
Okay. So you had a phone in your hand when he walked in the room?
My phone was on the bed. I was reading a book. I wasn't texting her in the moment of Mr. Diggs walking in the room.
No. Okay. But you had a phone right there in your room?
Yes.
It's an iPhone?
Yes.
It's got a camera on it?
Yes.
You can take videos with it?
Yes.
And you do take videos with it?
Yes.
You take pictures with it?
Yes.
You take pictures of yourself with it?
Yes.
A lot?
Not often.
Not often. You have social media account for your business, don't you?
Yes.
Do you post things on your social media account?
I'm not as active as I should be.
You don't use your iPhone to take videos or pictures for that?
I'm not a very active person on social media.
I see. But you certainly had a phone in your room when you claim you were violently assaulted and injured, right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was attacked.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, I had a phone.
You took no
Attitude.
pictures of your face?
The
or your neck,
arrogance.
or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
Hold on, watch. You got to come back for the facial expressions if you're not watching. The way she's looking around, the arrogance, really. Ma'am, you're trying to get a jury to believe you about the assault. Here, you know what I'm thinking right now? Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking she went into Dedham PD because she wanted to get paid and she was pissed that he hadn't paid her and she wanted to know what she could do about it. And I'm thinking maybe Dedham PD thought it would be real interesting since she was complaining against Stefon Diggs that they could find something, they could dig a little more against Diggs and get something a little bit more interesting against Stefon Diggs. Because I don't know, maybe one of the police officers was not a Patriots fan. I don't know. And then they decided to press charges against him for that. Maybe that's not even the reason she went in there. She wanted her money. Kind of like what they did to Aiden Carney, right? Kind of like what they did when Lindsay Gattani went to the police. It wasn't for an alleged creep. And then they twist it around. They use it however they want. See what's going on here? See what's going on here? This isn't our first rodeo, ma'am.
Room when you claim you were violently assaulted and injured, right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was
It's
attacked.
a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, I had a phone.
You took no pictures of your face or your neck or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
I need to finish my question.
Okay.
You took no pictures of your face on December 2nd, did you?
No.
No pictures of your neck on December 2nd, right?
No.
No pictures of your chest on December 2nd.
No.
You said Mr. Diggs hit you across the face. Did you have any marks on your face?
No.
You understand Mr. Diggs is a professional football player, right?
Yes.
He's an elite athlete.
I don't know. He's an athlete.
You don't know that he's an elite athlete?
I guess.
Okay.
You call him that.
And you testified he slapped you across your face?
Yes.
And you had no marks from it?
I was red. I was red. I'm lighter complexion.
Bruises, they get worse over time. Do you agree with me?
It was redness. It wasn't bruises.
Oh, hang on. There's an objection. Okay, go on the objection. That is overruled. You may answer the question.
I have redness, Mark. Like, I'm light skinned. I turn red when
You also get bruises, don't you?
if I hit something hard. Yeah.
Right. And bruises get worse over time, right?
Okay. I'm not
Do they?
sure. I'm not sure. I don't get bruises a lot. I don't recall.
How many times did she tell us about her previous abusive relationship? Was it not physically abusive? Because she's telling us She never gets bruises. Okay.
Do you recall telling Officer Ellis you were bruised on December 2nd?
My idea of bruising is soreness, hurting. I was red. It was redness. My face was red and on my chest was red. I didn't turn purple or pink or anything like that. I didn't. It was redness.
Because you didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police station on December 16th, Officer Ellis actually sent you a form to fill out to describe the injuries that you said you had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And you filled out that form, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it on December 16th, did you?
No.
He actually emailed it to you, and you took 2 days, and then you emailed it back. True?
Yes.
Okay. And on that form, you put that your chest and throat were very sore for days after, right?
Yes.
And you put that you had redness, tenderness, pain, and bruising on your neck, right?
Like I said, bruising for me is redness. It was sore. It was redness.
Well, you filled
Faded
out.
away and literally like maybe by the next day, if earlier than that.
Ms. Adams, when did you learn that the defense had provided videos of you to the Commonwealth?
Maybe yesterday or Friday, I think. Sometime last week when I spoke with Drew.
So last
True Virtue is the name of the ADA trying this case for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So she just found out, because, you know, the defense does a deep dive into social media. She just found out that they have video of her. I can't wait to see what the video shows. Let's see it all.
Thursday, you met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs. True?
My lawyer's representing me my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyer is representing me for.
That is what workers' comp is for, because if you have an on-the-job injury, you're not allowed to sue your employer. So you go through workers' comp. But she's all over the place, man. She's all over the place. Hold on. You met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony on Thursday.
Is representing you in Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs. True?
My lawyer's representing me my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyer is representing me for.
So you're waiting for a conviction to file a civil suit, or you're waiting for the conclusion of this criminal case to file your civil suit for assault? Huh.
Are you sure about that, ma'am?
She is my workers. I got my lawyer from workers' comp.
We'll come back to that. Let's stay with the form. You told Officer Ellis on December 18th, so now 16 days after you say you were assaulted, that you had redness, bruising, and soreness on your chest, right?
I told him that I wrote that.
Well, you wrote it in a form. You took your time and you chose
I
which
checked the
answers
marks.
to give,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you told him your shoulders were red and very sore, right?
Right. This whole area up here was sore. Across my chest, up here.
And you told him your whole body was sore, actually, didn't you?
It was.
You told him it was difficult for you to sleep.
I was very upset.
And I think you testified today that Steph supposedly put his forearm around your neck,
Steph did put his forearm around my neck.
not his hand.
No.
Okay. But you told Officer Ellis he used his hand, didn't you?
I We're gonna use this. This is the crook of his elbow. That is in the.
You're on a minute, Coach.
Time out. Time out. If she's got a workers' comp claim open, I hope the defense has all her workers' comp records and all her IMEs, because they send you, if you're on workers' comp, anyone who's ever been on workers' comp knows, they send you for independent medical exams. She would have had to fill out forms. She would have had to do interviews. Where's that workers' comp file?
That's the form that you filled out over a course of 2 days and sent back to Officer Ellis, true?
Yes.
And if you look right in under the heading method and or manner of strangulation suffocation, right in the maybe top third of that page. You see that?
Yes.
Question number 2. How was the victim strangled? Check all that applied. See that?
Forearm, right hand.
You told him you were strangled with his right hand, true?
With forearm, right hand. That is what's checked.
Okay, but you just testified under oath it was only his forearm.
This is the right side. I'm little. Everything went across my neck.
So
that is what I meant by forearm, right hand was his whole right side. Right hand was the smack and forearm was the choke. How was the victim strangled? That was right hand meant smack, but his whole right arm was across my chest.
You also estimated the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was a yes or no question
hard.
there? You gave it a yes. You remember doing that, right?
Yes.
And
Okay, hold on a second. Hi, Will the Glare. He says, what happened here? Someone committed a crime or something? This is crazy. The crazy is coming out of the box, right out of the witness box. The crazy is coming. Is she saying now that she was choked so hard that it caused her to pee her pants and then she had her period and the blood was all over? Because I thought earlier when she was saying that she peed her pants and she's talking about period blood and all, what is it about these women in Norfolk County and like everyone bringing period blood into it? I thought it was because she was so afraid that she peed her pants because she was scared. But you tell me, because I'm not a wrestler. I don't know from wrestling or chokeholds or anything like that. If you do put like a sleeper hold on someone, can it make you pee your pants? I don't really know. I don't know the answer to that. Charlene says I'm getting Camille Vasquez versus Amber Heard vibes. It's glorious. Okay. It's TMI either way. I agree. I'm with you. And so, I mean, I thought it was scared, but you know, she's saying he choked her so hard that she peed her pants. I got to hear it again. Hold on. Freeze cam on point.
Arm was across my chest.
you also estimated the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was a yes or no question there. You gave it a yes. You remember doing that, right?
Yes.
And you had a choice. Low is a 1 and 10 is a high. See that?
Yes.
What'd you pick?
10.
10.
Yes.
You said Mr. Diggs is 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'2", right?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall he is? You've known him for 4.5 years.
I don't know. He's taller than me. Way taller than me.
Okay. And you know he lifts weights every day, right? He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is. And I thought he ran the ball. I don't know if people, I'm not sure what he does.
How many games that Steph Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
The question was, how many of Stefon Diggs' games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to? Maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't watch it, honestly.
I don't even watch it.
I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what's going on in football. I don't know.
I'm just there for the vibes. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't know. I'm just there for the vibes. Sometimes when you're a witness, you shouldn't argue about the stupid things. Okay? You shouldn't argue about the stupid things. You told us that you cook for elite athletes, and then you argued about him being an elite athlete. You say you know this man for 4.5 years and you were friends with benefits and he's an elite athlete, and now you're going to pretend that you don't know what he does for a living? That he doesn't get tackled by 300-pound guys for a living? That's a stupid thing to argue about. And then it makes you look combative about everything. And then nobody's going to believe you. Nobody's going to believe anything that comes out of your mouth because you're fighting so hard about stupid shit. I don't even watch that football. I'm just there for the vibes. Okay, girl. Go on with your bad self. Listen to this.
Maybe 4.
4 games she's been
And
to.
you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't really watch it, honestly. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what be going on in football. I don't know the rules.
I think you will agree with me
Just there for the vibes.
that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck,
It was
you
10
would've-
for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's a united, I don't know how to say it, a global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay. But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
You will agree that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force to choke you, you would have bruises on your neck.
Objection.
I'm just there for the vibes. We need shirts. We need shirts. Yes. Gathering of the vibes. Gathering of the
Now, you
vibes.
went to New York, you said, on the evening of December 2nd. True?
True.
And you stayed there until December 9th.
Yes.
You had your phone with you all week.
Yes.
You took messages. You sent text messages.
Yes.
We know that because that's when you started talking about your money, right?
I did what?
You
I
testified.
asked for my money. I didn't talk about money. I asked for him to have finance sign off to pay me.
My mistake.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll get to that money too. And you didn't think it was important to record your injuries or take photos.
No, I was in shock. This is someone that I love that put his hands on me. That was not my first instinct, was to go and take a photo.
Sure. And then December 3rd, you didn't take any pictures.
No.
And December
A
4th,
very
you
complicated relationship. No, I did not take photos.
didn't take any videos.
No.
And you didn't go to the ER.
No.
You didn't go to a walk-in.
He already
medical
had
center.
paid my medical bills. Why would I go get more medical bills?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
The answer will be stricken, not responsive, jurors will disregard it, not consider it.
We're just going to
You
disregard
didn't
it.
seek any medical attention, right?
Unpaid medical bills.
Your Honor.
Unpaid medical bills? Yeah, I think she just killed her career. Christine says she's trying to railroad Diggs. She won't be a personal chef for athletes or celebrities anymore. Has she looked at him once? I think, okay, here's a nice shot of the watch if anybody really wants to zoom in and see if it's a Rolex. She said that the other person, his assistant that she called to get paid, she was under investigation for stealing watches and money. And I wonder if she got any watches. And it's reminding me of the show that I'm watching on, I don't know which streamer it is because I watch them all. Maybe it's on Apple with John Hamm. It's called Your Friends and Neighbors, about John Hamm, stealing watches. It's amazing. You should watch it. I need to know more about this girl stealing montage. But look at this freeze frame on this man right now. He's like, what am I doing here in Dedham District Court? I played for the New England flipping Patriots. We just went to the Super Bowl. And I am sitting in a Dedham District Court courtroom on trial because this woman is trying to shake me down. And she's not going to shake me down because like Cardi B, I cannot be shooketh. I'm not just going to pay. We were at the Cardi B trial. If you missed it, I'm going to show you just a little piece of it right now because this will never not be funny to me. Hold on, because I just got to take this down for 1 second while I put that up. It will never not be funny. The Cardi B trial where she said,
hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
And I'm going to let you watch that again because tell me this witness who says she had matching outfits, Miami Basel, matching outfits they were going to go to together, Art Basel. Tell me she's not trying to channel Cardi B on the stand with her outfit right now. Watch Cardi B again.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
We have Cardi B emojis. Thanks for reminding me. He's shaking his head. He's like, I can't even believe this is my life right now. Like, listen, I do you think that if he did assault her, he would have just paid her some money to shut her up? I don't know.
When you were with Shy and Tali for that week in New York City, you didn't say anything to them about it.
I don't know Tally. I just met Tally on the night of December the 2nd.
Tiny Jesus here.
Okay.
Shy Charles has her own personal relationship with Stefon.
I need to be able to ask you questions.
Okay, I thought I was still answering the first question that you said. You didn't let me finish.
Listen, we're going to take it again, just a question at a time. This is an opportunity for a narrative, and so let her ask her question, all right, and then answer the question. And if there is, if you're feeling that you're not being allowed to finish your question, just take the question out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You didn't tell them anything about being assaulted.
These are not people I trust to tell anything of that nature to.
They're just people that you trust to spend a week with.
These are people that I met through Stefon Diggs. I had no choice but to stay with them. I had no money.
I thought you just testified you had a ticket to Atlanta.
That Sonny brought.
And then you changed on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And then you changed your ticket to Atlanta to go to New York with Shy and Sonny. I'm sorry, with Shy and Tali.
Because you really know them.
So you did have someplace else to
I
go.
changed the ticket because I didn't have money for Ubers to get home in Atlanta. Shy was going to pick me up from the airport.
Anybody believe that?
Okay.
I didn't have a place to stay in Atlanta. I given up my place to stay with Stefon Diggs. So I didn't have money for a hotel or Airbnb to go home to Atlanta.
All right, Sam, up to the next one.
Thank you. You've traveled with Shy before, right?
Yes.
You went with her to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
You're actually friends with her, aren't you?
Associates,
Right.
co-workers.
Well, you traveled to another country with Shy.
It's levels to friends. It was a co-worker. I just met Shy in August.
Did Steph go on that trip?
Did you go to high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert? Yeah, I don't know her. You don't like, this is like such a common theme in this county. It is beyond comprehension. It strains credulity. He was paying her $2,000 a week, but she had no money. She couldn't even afford an Uber. She had no credit card. I'm not buying it. Are you? They bought her a ticket. Stefon's people bought her a ticket to go home to Atlanta and said she changed the ticket to go to New York City to hang out with people that she doesn't really know. Come on.
Trinidad and Tobago?
No.
Okay. And that was in the fall of 2025.
Yes.
And then you went on another trip in the fall of 2025 to see Shy, right?
No, I didn't go on another trip. I was told to leave the house. So I went to stay with Shy because I didn't have anywhere to stay.
Okay. And Shy picked you up in her car, you said?
Yes.
And can you describe what the inside
It's a white car. I think it's burgundy or something like that.
So the outside is white?
Yes.
And then the inside is burgundy.
If most as I remember, I don't quite can't say exact.
Okay. And Shai has a dash cam right in her car, doesn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't see a dash cam in her car?
No, I saw like where you see the speedometer and stuff like that.
No, not down on the panel where people look when they're driving. Up on the top of her car. There's a bar on the top of her car with a dash cam on it, right?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No.
Did Shai ever tell you that she had a dash cam in her car?
No.
Okay.
We have Twilight Zone emojis.
Did you know that you were being recorded on that dash cam on December 2nd?
No.
Did you know you were being recorded on December 3rd?
No.
You know now you were recorded, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen the videos that came from Shai's dash cam in her car, true?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen them yet?
No.
Oh, they forgot to
Your
prep
Honor,
her on this?
Permission to publish Exhibit 5. I understand it's already another one.
Yeah, cue up the video. See your 5, Mary Coppola.
Maybe we can see a sidebar.
Oh, you want to be seen at sidebar because you did not tell your witness that there's dash cam video of her? Oh, dude, this is so much better than we knew. I can't believe she's wearing trying to channel Cardi B on the stand with that outfit. I can't even believe it.
Go ahead, Counsel. Thank you.
You on top for your 5?
Ms. Adams, I'm going to show you what's been admitted in this case as Exhibit 5.
I can't see.
Come to your screen if you want to see the dash cam footage of when Shai picked her up at the airport in New York. Picking somebody up at the airport in New York is like that's like dedication.
And I believe you testified
Getting to the airport sucks.
that you first became aware that there were videos of you last week.
Yes.
Come to your screen if you can.
I don't know, Ms. Adams, were you able to see that person in that video? If not, we can play the whole thing.
It says 12/3/25 at 12:23:38 a.m. It looks like her in the passenger seat, and she's laughing up a storm.
So while this is playing, Ms. Adams, do you recognize that person on the video as you?
Yes.
And you're sitting in the front seat of Shai's car?
Yes.
And this is you when you were, just after you were picked up from LaGuardia Airport on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Was there someone else in the car to your memory?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, not when she picked me up.
Okay. Did Tally Moses also get picked up from LaGuardia just after you?
No, she got picked up with her boyfriend's house in Queens.
Okay, but she was eventually in that car with you. So Shai was driving the car, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're in the front passenger seat as we see you?
Yes.
And then did Tally sit in the back behind you? I'm sorry? Behind Shai? Okay. And this was all on December 2nd?
Yes.
And this is the day you say you were violently assaulted?
Yes, that doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't assaulted because I learned how to save face.
Okay? Mr. Kettlewell, can we also show the next video? William Salsa and Exhibit 5.
Your Honor, just for clarification, there's Exhibit 5, I think it's just a number of videos in one exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. And do you recognize the person in this video?
Yeah.
Now it's in color.
You in Shai's car again?
Yeah.
And this is the next day, right? It's December 3rd. Do you recognize that? Well, I might not be able to see.
The stamp on this is 12/3/2025 at 4:19:22 p.m. I don't see any marks on her neck, but she's also wearing like a scarf.
I'll give you, Mr. Kettlewell, is this marked as exhibit 5 also, the stills?
Stills are
6 and 7? I should have been marked as exhibit 7. You recognize that person as you?
Yes.
And that's you in Shai's car, right? When you visited her in New York City? And you say you don't remember if that's, what date that is? Your Honor, I'm sorry, the anecdote from later. If I could direct your.
I didn't say I didn't remember what date.
Oh,
I can't tell the date. I don't remember. I was in her car on April of the week.
okay.
You're telling me it's December.
If I can direct your attention to this line right here. See how it says 2025 1203. Do you know what that means? Okay. But this
She's now standing up in the witness box, maybe so she can get a better look at the video, but she's now standing up a little too close to the judge, invading the judge's personal space. If you ask me, the witness, Mila Adams.
this is you on your New York trip
Yes.
with Shai in her car.
My New York State is shot.
Okay.
This has not been preliminarily marked. Parties are offering it.
I believe that is intended to be in the thumb drive. It's in the thumb drive separately.
Stills, though, I think Mr. Burke is referencing, and not the one to 667. So if you want to, it's them there.
I have no objection to those stills being marked as 6 and 7.
Thank you.
This would be exhibit 7 as it's been.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. And this is,
For the copy for the court.
yes.
Lisa Lott's missing robe. Thanks for your 5. I did not see lawyer you know's interview with Michael Easter. Is it old, new? I did not see it. Thanks for your 5. Oops.
Exhibit 6.
Thank you, cross-examination,
And
for your
then
5 and your
You
thoughts.
also had some videos taken of you by Tolly while you were in New York, right?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you remember? Well, first, you, Shai, and Tolly all stayed in Brooklyn in New York from December 2nd to December 9th, right?
Yes.
And you all stayed in the same bedroom,
Yes.
slept in the same bedroom.
Yes.
And we're together a lot of the time that week. True?
Mostly yes.
Okay. And there was one night where you and Tolly were kind of goofing around with the video and taking videos. Do you remember that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, can we play Exhibit 8? And, well, before we do, I would move Exhibit 8 into evidence. It's a video from December 6th. Thank you.
Mr. Kettlewell is not only the very nice-looking
No objection to that.
lead attorney for the defense, but he's also the AV squad. Elizabeth, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Ms. Adams, did you recognize the person on that video?
That was a very quick video, so if you didn't have a chance to come to your screen, come on back. Here she is doing some twerking for the camera. Thanks, Elizabeth, for your time. I'm very sorry. She's outraged. During the time period when she was in New York. Looking awfully happy.
And Ms. Adams, did you recognize the person on that video?
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
And that's in Shai's bedroom, right?
Yes.
Where you and Tali and Shai spent the entire week, right?
Majority of Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
I'm sorry?
Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
Okay. But in that video, that was Tali was videoing you, right?
Okay. I don't recall that
You don't remember that?
Yeah, but I was there.
Mr. Kettlewell, and Your Honor, I would move in Exhibit 9, which is another video from that same time, December 6th, 2025.
That's still for the record.
Thank you, gentlemen.
On top, thanks for all your super stickers and super chats. I did put Shaka up in the corner twice. Here she's dancing again, looking real happy.
Ms. Adams, that was you on that video, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move in stills as Exhibit 9 and 10. Those are stills from Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Sometimes we put up Chaka because Land of the Lost. I did on top. Maybe you weren't looking, but I'll put them up there again. There's Chaka from Land of the Lost. It was the 1970s TV show. Thanks on top.
And Ms. Adams, I just ask you to look at those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate representation of you from the week you
Glare.
spent in New York.
That day, yes.
On December 6th, 2025.
Yes.
All right, well, that's going to go back to the jury. And it's a photo, but there's a lot of glare on it, so it's hard for us to see. But I'm assuming that it shows that there are no injuries to her cheek or throat.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Thank you.
For the record.
I am offering to the jury Exhibits 9 and 10, which are two stills taken from the second video of Exhibit 8.
And no objection.
Are there any more video clips, counsel, you'll use?
Nice teeth. It's just nice teeth.
I think we can put the lights back on. Your Honor.
Thanks, Megan. Megan says $2,000 a week and no savings. Sasha's dog mom says Norfolk County is the Twilight Zone. We have emojis for that.
Now, Steph and his group got back from Miami to his Dedham home on December 7th, correct?
I'm not sure the day he got back. I got back on the night.
I'm sorry?
Tuesday. Well, it was late in the night. Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The night.
She didn't ask about you.
Well, you know he got back to the Dedham house before you did.
I didn't know that. When I got there, I realized that he was there. I was in no communication with him on what day he was coming back.
But you were in communication.
Girl, what part of don't come back did you not understand? Did they buy her a ticket to go back to Massachusetts? Or did she just like get somebody to drive her there? Because maybe she knew, now I know why she changed her ticket to New York. Because if she changed her ticket to New York, it's easier for her to get back to Massachusetts once he comes back so that she can try to get in his good graces again. And if she flew herself all the way to Atlanta, she'd need to buy herself a plane ticket back. Right? Yeah. Uh-huh. What part of don't come back didn't you understand? I'm sorry. Am I misunderstanding?
With him.
Well, you know he got back to the Dedham house before you did.
I didn't know that. When I got there, I realized that he was there. I was in no communication with him on what day he was coming back.
Why are you just showing
But you were in
up?
communication with him.
To ask for my pay, yes.
I'm confused.
Can you turn to
That too.
tab C, which has been marked as Exhibit 3, please? And you testified about the text exchange you had with him at around 12:30 on December 2nd, where you called him a pussy, right?
Yes.
And then he said, "Show me I'm pussy," and you said,
All right. The crazy is really coming out now because look at how gleeful she was when she said yes. You called him the P word. Look at her face. Come to the screen if you can.
I'm a pussy, right?
Yes.
And then he said, show me I'm pussy, and you said, will do,
Yes.
right? And then if you turn the page, if you look to the next message from you, so in Exhibit 3, there are bubbles, right? There's blue bubbles you see and green bubbles.
Yes.
And do you understand the green bubble to be Steph Diggs' messages
Yes.
and the blue bubbles to be your messages?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look on the page, I hope you're on the right page. It ends in that number on the bottom right corner at 118. Do you see that number? On the approach? Yes.
So weird. This was the bye week. Yeah, they all went to Miami to go to Art Basel, but they didn't invite her because she was fighting with somebody. And I thought he was kind of like, they were fighting about money, and I thought it was kind of like, don't come back. If you're just tuning in, there are extensive show notes underneath the video to tell you what the case is about. Also, scrolling along the bottom of your screen, I say scream because we all want to scream, is who is on the stand currently, and it is cross-examination. And Mila Adams is the chef, the personal chef of Stefon Diggs, who is alleging that he assaulted her and owed her money and things and stuff. There you go.
Looking at 118, your first message. And do you see down here these numbers here?
Yes.
So this message was sent on December 5th, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you sent it.
Yes.
So now this is 3 days after the violent assault that you talked about. Right?
Yes.
And what did you say in that message?
Hi, can you approve my pay with finance, please? I have to pay my insurance this month. Thank you. Please and thank you.
Okay. And then if you could look at the next message. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's hold that for a second. So you were texting with Steph Diggs in the week you were in December. I'm sorry, in the week in December, you were in New York, right?
I texted upon one time.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't know when he was coming back to the Dedham house.
I didn't know the exact date.
You didn't. But you knew he was coming back.
Yes.
Because that would be important to know, right?
I've worked in this industry. I went off of a previous client schedule. They normally will return on Tuesday. So
Well,
I was in guest mode.
But the last time you saw Steph Diggs was when he was assaulting you, you said.
That wasn't the last time I saw Steph Diggs. I said here that I walked in his room after the assault before I was leaving to give him his birthday.
That's right.
Yes.
I'm on mute. Oh, thank you for reminding us that after he choked you out to the point where you peed in your pants and your period restarted in full flow mode. After that, you went into his bedroom to give him his birthday present. Okay. Okay. It's really freaking me out now. Her outfit is really freaking me out. It is Cardi B's outfit from one of the days of the trial where she says, hello. While he was getting a massage. Oh my God. Hold on. This is getting better and better.
Okay.
To give him his birthdays. I said here that I walked in his room.
You said.
That wasn't the last time I saw Steph Diggs. I said here that I walked in his room after the assault before I was leaving to give him his birthday.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. You gave him a birthday gift after the assault happened.
We were friends for 4.5 years with a very complicated relationship.
Okay. So if I could ask you actually to turn to Exhibit 4, which is behind the tab D. And Your Honor, this is an evidence. And if you look at that number on the bottom right corner, turn to the page that ends in 173.
She only started working for him as a chef in like July. So it wasn't even 6 months that she was working for him when this happened. But she says that they were in a relationship, friends with
And I'll
benefits.
ask you some questions before we get to that substance.
4.5 years before that.
I think you testified on December 9th, you went back to the Dedham house, right?
Yes.
And you got yourself an airplane back to Boston, right?
Sonny got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. And you landed at Logan Airport at night.
So her friend Sonny, I think Sonny was his financial manager, the one who was in charge of like finances. So Sonny did get her a ticket to go back to Boston. All right. So maybe he did know she was coming back. This is so confusing. I have so many questions. Here we go.
Got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. December 9th, you went back to the Dedham house, right?
Wait,
I think you testified on December 9th, you went back to the Dedham
December
house,
9th
right?
goes back.
Yes.
And you got yourself an airplane back to Boston, right?
Sonny got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. And you landed at Logan Airport at night.
Yes.
Then you took an Uber to the Dedham house.
Yes.
You arrived around 11:30 p.m.
Yes.
You were alone.
Yes.
You came by yourself.
Yes.
Didn't bring anybody.
No.
Okay. And when you got in the house, you went and knocked on Steph's bedroom door.
I went to put my things away and I knocked on his door. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I went to put my things away and knocked at his door.
And that was around midnight on changing over from December 9th to December 10th, right?
That's what it says here. I don't recall the time. It's what the message said.
Well, he didn't open his door, did he?
His code was different. He changed the codes when I came back.
Right. Because in that house, the bedrooms all had key codes on each door,
That
didn't
he
they?
controlled. Yes.
Oh, so you had to punch a 4-digit code or something to get into the bedrooms? This is interesting. He changed his code because he didn't want you in his bed no more, girl. Sumo says, what is it with Norfolk County bringing all these no-win cases? The DA's husbands have a really low win rate. Uh-huh. He changed the code. You come in at midnight and you're going to walk into this man's bedroom? It's complicated? It sure is. Wow.
Did the bedrooms all have key codes on that door?
Yes, that he controlled.
I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. See if you can try it. Did all of the bedrooms in that house have different key codes on them?
Yes, that he controlled.
So you can.
What do you mean?
That, my friends, is hilarious. This is a yes or no question. Let's see if you can try it. And then she does the same exact thing again because she has to throw in there that he controlled it. He controlled it. How dare he change the key code locks on his bedroom door because he doesn't want you creeping in and on him in the middle of the night. So she's like, I don't even understand what you mean. Crazy's coming out of the box and it's coming right out of the witness box. Yeah, I didn't know we were going to get this today. Monday, may the 4th be with you. Let's see if you can try it. Let's do it again.
Controlled. Yes.
Did the bedrooms all have key codes on that door?
Yes, that he controlled.
I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. See if you can try it. Did all of the bedrooms in that house have different key codes on them?
Yes, that he controlled.
So you can.
What do you mean?
You had a key code on your door, right?
Yes.
And if it was shut, it would be locked, right?
No. The door had issues.
The door had
I would often
issues.
text Sunny, could she check and make sure my door was locked?
I'm sorry, when did you text Sunny to please check if your door was locked?
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave.
Did you delete that
I
text
have
too?
female guest over.
Your Honor.
He made me leave. Look at her face now. He made me leave to have female guests over. She is so her jealousy is showing. Green is not a good color on her. Look at this freeze frame. Are you kidding me? Am I on point today or what? He made me leave so he could have female guests over. She's still mad. She's still jealous. This is a train wreck. I can't stop watching. Open mouth, insert foot. Let's hear that again. I love when we have the ability to rewind. When it's on Zoom, we don't. This is why I love the tubes of you so very much. And I love that Law and Crime and Court TV, even though they're one company, both decided to stream it. Did you delete that text message too? Ms. Higgins? Ms. Adams?
The door was locked.
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave to have female guests over.
Your Honor.
Cannot shut up. It's like diarrhea of the mouth. She cannot stop talking. First, so it's not the first time he's asked you to leave his house and not come back. He asked you to leave the first week in November also, not just the week of Art Basel in Miami because he didn't want you anywhere near around. She cannot STFU. Could possibly be the worst victim witness for a state that I have ever seen. She's self-snitching. She failed shut up class. Yes, she failed shut up class, Allie. Wow. If you don't like me stopping to analyze it, you might as well go over to Law and Crime personally and watch it there. I won't be offended. Thanks for the view. Smash the like button on your way out. This is what we do here.
That answer is now responsive will be stricken and the jurors will disregard it.
So on December 9th, round about midnight, when you got back to his house alone, you went and knocked on his door, right?
Yes.
And he didn't open it.
I didn't knock. I tried to get in the door.
Okay, you tried to walk into his door.
No, that's how I would go in his room.
This is crossed.
I would unlock his door.
Sure, just like always, right?
When he needs food and his door was closed, I would go in his room.
Right.
I never went in his room without submission.
You going in there on December 9th is no different than any other day, right?
No.
And when you weren't able to get in, you actually sent him a text message, right?
Yes.
And you told him, can you read what you told him?
I was coming to ask you what time you have to be at work and to say hi.
And then you just went right back to work, right?
Yeah, I went to bed.
I'm sorry?
I went into my room and went to bed.
You went into your room and you went to sleep?
Yes.
By yourself?
Yes.
In the house?
Yes.
With Steph Diggs there?
Yes.
And then the next morning you got up and you made him breakfast?
Yes.
Now you told Officer Ellis when you reported the assault that you left your position on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
I was saying I left the house. I didn't leave my position.
So
I was really going back to get my things. I had no plan, nowhere to go, so I needed to be nice there.
What do I always tell you guys? Nobody falls in love faster than a narcissist who needs a place to live. She had to be nice to him because she had nowhere else to go. I don't know that she's particularly the narcissist in this example, but I had nowhere else to go. I had to be nice to him. This has nothing to do with Turtle Boy. Quinley says she's lost. There's extensive show notes underneath this video. This is Stefon Diggs' criminal trial. He used to play for the Patriots until he got fired because he allegedly strangled his chef. This is his chef. There's extensive show notes underneath the video in the show notes. Let's know this again.
I was really going back to get my things. I had no plan, nowhere to go, so I needed to be nice there.
Did you tell Officer Ellis after the alleged assault on 12/2/2025, Adams left her position and left the residence to stay with a friend in New York?
Left my position mean I left to get on a plane and go. I didn't tell him I quit. That didn't mean that I quit.
You didn't quit.
No.
Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Did you tell Officer Ellis that on 12/9/2025, you returned to the house just to get your property?
Yes, I was going to get my property.
But you were also going to work for a while first?
Basically, I was going to get my property. I was trying to get my money. I asked Mr. Diggs the next day about my money when I returned to the house.
And you kept on cooking and doing your job for a whole nother week, didn't you?
No,
Really?
I stopped cooking. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't cook over the weekend because I said on the 11th, I asked Mr. Diggs in front of his mother and Shy Charles about my pay.
Okay.
Don't you bring his mother
I'll
into
ask
this.
a different question.
Okay.
On several days of that week, you simply kept doing your job, right?
And asking for my pay.
That's a yes or no question now.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Most people would quiet quit if they haven't been paid. They would quiet quit. They wouldn't keep working.
You kept doing your job.
Yes.
Officer Ellis was wrong when he wrote that you left your position on 12/2.
I left the house. So him putting position didn't mean that I left my job as a chef. I left the house on December 2nd.
So you told Officer Ellis that you left your position, but you meant you left the house to go to New York.
So I left for the day. It wasn't that I was saying I quit or saying it in a way that I quit my job. I didn't say that.
What'd you tell workers' comp?
You've mentioned Mr. Diggs' assistant, Sunny, a couple of times, right?
Stealing Sunny, yes.
I'm sorry?
Stealing Sunny, that's what he calls her.
He calls her stealing Sunny because she was stealing watches and money. I just made that rhyme. He was stealing money. They called her stealing Sunny. This is the one girl who's stealing the watches. Tell us more, because she can't STFU. Stealing Sunny. Listen again. When I said I left my position, it wasn't that I quit my job. It was that I just left for the day. Okay, but you left for a whole week, right? Well, yes, but stealing Sunny.
You've mentioned Mr. Diggs' assistant, Sunny, a couple of times, right?
Stealing Sunny, yes.
I'm sorry?
Stealing Sunny, that's what he calls her.
We're talking about stealing Sunny now. This is free St. Turtle Boy. We're talking about Randy now. We're talking about stealing Sunny now. You can't make this shit up. This is comedy gold. I'm sorry. I am sorry, and I am really sorry for all of the real victims of employer violence out there, the real ones who are beaten and smacked and choked by their employers, because this woman is doing you a disservice. She was looking for some money. And now she's talking about stealing Sunny. I'm putting Afro Man in the corner. Thank you.
I move to strike, and I'd ask that the witness be instructed to please answer a question.
That answer will be stricken. The jurors will be disregarded. Again, if you don't understand, please ask the counsel to restate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sunny was a friend of yours, wasn't she?
No.
Ms. Adams,
She answered that quickly.
you texted Sunny all the time, didn't you?
Because that was my contact. Go to contact for payment, go to contact if I didn't have access to his card or I didn't have money on my card to order food.
Emergency
and
contact.
We would discuss things at work.
I'm going to show you a document. Take a look and see if you can recognize that as text messages between you and Sunny.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just see what this is?
Oh, of course. Sorry.
Thank you.
Randy says, I mean, I'm not believing her story, but she doesn't get any money from a criminal trial. No, but was she trying to shake him down for a settlement? And if he does get convicted of assaulting her, she's got a much better civil case.
Do you recognize that document as text messages between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach? This document doesn't have numbers on it, so I'm just going to go through. Do you see where the messages start on Thursday, December 11th, at 7:44 a.m.? You see that?
Yes.
And this is an exchange between you and Sunny, right?
Yes.
And you write to her, morning, did you change my door code, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were just talking about. Each door has its own door code in Steph Diggs' home, right?
Yes.
And you were having trouble getting into your door code on December 11th.
Yes.
And had you been having trouble getting into your door code since you got back on the evening of the 9th and 10th?
When I walked in on the 9th, it pushed right open.
Okay, all right. So it changed in somewhere around there.
When the morning, maybe when I walked out the door, that morning I made breakfast. If I'm not mistaken, that's the morning that,
Yeah, ma'am, I'm just gonna stop you because
Okay.
it's not responsive.
all right,
All right. So on December 11th at 7:44, you asked Sunny, did you change my door code? And she says, no, I don't know the code, right?
she doesn't have access to change code.
Okay. And she says, Rich, question mark. Who's Rich?
Rich was like somebody that helped around the house.
He was like a maintenance guy,
I don't call him that.
someone to help around the house.
He did a lot of stuff for Mr. Diggs.
Okay.
He was
And
a
he was at the
maintenance
house a
person.
lot, right?
If we needed anything else, we would call Rich.
Okay. And you say to Sunny, I asked, he hasn't answered yet. And then you say they changed it, right?
Yes.
Sunny asks, who changed it?
Your Honor, may we be seen inside?
Somebody just said, this is like having Jen McCabe, Amber Heard, and Kerry Roberts on the stand at the same time. Thanks, Helena. You know, that's funny. You guys are called the Shark Tank for a reason. Mr. Diggs just looking around like, I can't believe this is real life, man. I tried to lock this girl out of her room. Like, she didn't even get the hint. Kept coming back. I fired her. Why did she even come back? There's Afro Man in the corner.
Are you all doing okay? Does anyone need a break? All right. All right.
Jurors like, no, we make us some more popcorn. Maybe Rich was a handyman. Property manager, handyman, I don't know. House manager.
All right, so you say they changed it, right? And Sunny asks, who changed it? And what did you say to Sunny?
He said they. He said they. So
What else did you say to Sunny?
Talking about Sunny now.
Hey, so Steph and his name is White bitch.
I'm sorry?
I said, he said they, so Steph and the white bitch.
When you said, he said they, the he in that sentence was Steph, right?
Yes. No, yeah, yes.
And the they, who is that?
Them two together.
So your testimony is, so the white bitch, is that Lindsay?
Yes.
Oh, Lindsay.
All right. So was that the kind of thing you said to your coworker?
Yes, because she called me a bitch first.
I see. See, what kind of friendly was that?
Yes.
You shared stuff with her.
Sonny disliked her too.
Okay. You shared that.
They had their own thing before I came.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
And then if I could ask you to turn to tab D in your binder, which is Exhibit 4. And I'm sorry to do this, but if you could look, the numbers at the bottom right, the number that begins, that ends 178.
Readers. She's going to need some readers. Norfolk County's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
And so that text exchange with Sunny, that was at 7:44 a.m. on December 11th.
Yes.
All right. And if you look at these messages on page 178 of Exhibit 4, this blue message at the top is something that you sent on December 11th, 7:52 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you sent it to Steph.
Yes.
What did you say to Steph?
Did Lindsay change my door code? And why can't I get into my room?
Okay. And then you and Steph kind of have a back and forth about the codes and why can't you get in, right?
Yes.
All right.
I remember that. That's not listed here though.
And meanwhile, you're also having a text exchange with Sunny about Steph and the white bitch, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
If Cardi B is having a watch party right now, I hope she's watching this channel. Because girl, we got you. We got you, Cardi B. Look what we got. We got it right here. Hold on, I got to find it.
Hello?
Hello. Hello, I'm here.
I mean, you're our queen. And look, she stole your outfit. Obviously, it's not your outfit. This might be the TJ Maxx version. She's trying to be like you, though. She wants to be you. It's got like that crazy ex-girlfriend vibes, or what was that weird swim fan movie? Oh, now she's getting an attitude. This could go into tomorrow. Cross. Motion for a song collaboration between Cardi B and Afro Man. I would love that too, Nurse Not Lawyer. Somebody said team with Cardi B. I'll allow it. Single white female. That's what it was.
So you and Steph have some back and forth that same morning, December 11th, right? In text message. And he explains to you, if you can turn the page to 2 pages in, page 180.
Oh.
He explains to you, I didn't know if you were if he was going to come back or not, so I had him changed. Right?
If I know why he had the door lock changed.
Is that what he wrote to you on December 11th in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond? It's right there on the same page in the blue bubble.
No, it's not. Lord.
Lord. And if you can turn the page, Steph wrote, shit you was saying, it was like it was over with. I was like, well. You understood he was talking about the text fight you had on December 2nd, right?
No.
Yeah. What did you respond to Steph?
I said no.
I'm sorry?
I said no. I didn't say yeah.
You didn't understand that he was talking about the last time that you saw each other on December 2nd, which is the day you got in a text fight about Lindsay and you not going to Miami?
Me and Stefon had arguments all the time. Like, not all the time, often, and it would just fly over. But it didn't turn into a fight like it did. I needed to come back to get my things.
This is cross.
Let's see what did you respond to Stefon on December 11th? And this is now 9 days after you were assaulted, supposedly.
I was assaulted. It wasn't supposedly.
What did you respond to Steph?
She caught that one.
Was very emo. Sorry I made you feel that way. I don't want to leave. I want to stay to take care of you as long as I need you.
And you sent him a second message.
She wants to stay to take care of him as long as she needs to. She's taking care of him after he assaulted her and choked her to the point where she peed her pants.
Really sorry, Steph.
You were angry with him on December 2nd. You already testified to that.
I needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
I'm sorry. You were texting?
I needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
Let's talk about your pay.
Yes.
You admit that you were apologizing to him about December 2nd, your behavior, don't you?
I was being nice to Stefon to get back in his good graces to get paid.
You were apologizing for your
Not
behavior.
by choice.
You were apologizing.
December 2nd, I know we've been here a long time, is the day that he allegedly assaulted her and choked her out to the point where he made a red mark on her neck that went away. She's apologizing to him. Is there a chance that she attacked him? I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait for him to testify. This is the date of the alleged assault. And she said, it's not alleged. He really did assault me. Okay, why are you apologizing to him? She didn't go to the police. She went to Dedham PD, December 16th, in case you're keeping score. And here we are. May the 4th be with you. Already on trial for an incident that happened in December. Here you go. Listen to that again. Same night as the assault. and he wanted her out because she was not invited to come to Miami to go to Art Basel. They were leaving the next day. He did not want her there in the house while he was gone. And they bought her a ticket to Atlanta, which she changed her ticket to New York. Okay, we're rewinding a little tiny bit.
Be nice to Stefon. Nice to Stefon. In order to get my stay to take care of you as long as I need you.
There we go.
And you sent him a second message.
Really sorry, Steph.
You were angry with him on December 2nd. You already testified to that.
Needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
I'm sorry, you were texting?
I needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
Let's talk about your pay.
Yes.
You admit that you were apologizing to him about December 2nd, your behavior, don't you?
I was being nice to Stefon to get back in his good graces to get paid.
You were apologizing for your
Not
behavior.
by choice.
You were apologizing to Stefon Diggs by text on December 11th for your behavior on December 2nd.
Not by choice.
Is that a yes?
That's a not by choice.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know what that would be, a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
If the witness is saying she can't answer that yes or no, she doesn't have to.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll change it.
All right, so your claim, I guess, is that Steph owed you money.
It's not a guess. Stefon did back wages.
You were
Wages
paid-
owed.
You were
It was
paid-
wages. I think you should use the correct language.
The correct language
It's
for your
wages.
civil lawsuit?
I don't have a civil lawsuit.
You were paid $2,000 per week to cook for him, right?
Yes.
And if you used your own money to buy groceries, you were reimbursed for that.
Yes.
And when you were hired to work as Steph's chef, you didn't have to fill out a job application, right?
As stated previously, me and Stefon had an interpersonal relationship that was professional.
So is that a no? I did not.
I don't know
have
how to
fill-
answer that question. Yes
Did
or
you fill
no?
out a job application?
I don't know how to answer that question. Yes or no?
Ma'am, did you fill out a job application?
No.
Yes or
No.
no? Next question.
You didn't have any employment contract or anything?
Yes, we did.
Did you sign a written employment contract?
We had a verbal text contract.
That's not how it works.
You didn't have to interview with anyone to get the job, right?
He knew my skills.
So on December 1st, this is the day before you say you were assaulted, you submitted an invoice to be paid, didn't you?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, so weren't just automatically paid?
I was supposed to be. They sent maybe 2 automatic payments, and then the rest was I would have to go through Sunny.
Right. You'd have to confirm with Sunny you worked that week, right?
I would have to, not that confirm, I lived there, so it was never a confirmation.
She was there a lot too, right?
No,
Okay. So you did have to confirm with Sunny if you worked there or not.
not that I worked. I had to confirm with Sunny my reimbursements. I lived there.
Now,
Tell us more
December
about
1st,
stealing Sunny.
What you did was you took an invoice for money you claimed you were owed, right?
It's not a claim, it's money that I was owed.
You submitted an invoice on December 1st for payment, right?
I don't recall. I don't know the exact date.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
It It's an email dated December 4, 2025 from Melisa Goddard.
I saw that in a text screenshot. That email that Melissa has of mine was not working at the time. This was a screenshot that Stefon sent me. I never received this email.
Okay. This is an email from Melisa Goddard.
I never received it to my email.
Did you see the text of this message before?
I seen a screenshot similar. I
You
can't
know.
recall
You know
the
you
exact
have.
message.
Would you like me to give you a document to
Sure.
refresh you?
Yes.
Great question. Lolo Holmes says, where did he find this gold digger? In his Instagram DMs. She told us that earlier. What's the status of their relationship? It's complicated.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I am.
She said
if
that
you
too.
want to give the jury a break, it's just going to take me a couple of minutes.
Why don't we just take a 5-minute stretch break?
Yes, Your Honor. It's
We all need a 5-minute stretch break, but we're a little bit behind, so we have the luxury of being able to scooch 5 minutes, and it gets us almost to real time. I wonder if this judge likes to go past 4, if she likes to end at 4. I do know because I watched some of this morning while I was getting ready for my first show of the day. I didn't think they were going to broadcast jury selection, and they really didn't. They just spoke a little bit to the jury. She did say they go to lunch every day between 1 and 2, so we know that. And we can't wait to come back tomorrow. Okay, let's see what's happening now.
Sorry, quorum is back in session. You may be seated.
That is Mr. Kettlebell,
Thank you, Your Majesty. Yes.
lead attorney.
We were just looking at an email, and you didn't remember. You said you hadn't received it in that form. If you can turn the page, did you see the invoice?
Yes.
And that was your invoice, right?
Yes.
And you said on that invoice dated December 1st, right?
Yes.
That you were owed payment of $2,000 for three weeks in November, right?
Yes.
And you were owed grocery reimbursement for $3,179.06, right?
Yes.
And that was what you submitted to get payment.
Yes.
And you said you didn't receive this email, but you remembered getting it by text message, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have read and you remember seeing the substance of this email, true?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a response to your invoice, right?
I don't recall because Stefon was refusing to pay me for the week he sent me home.
Well, Melisa Goddard writes on December 4th, I appreciate you may not have received this on December 4th, but she writes, thank you for providing an invoice. I've attached a readable PDF. Yeah.
You're approaching, I think, because she said she never got the email. Anchor says, I feel bad for innocent people sitting where the gentleman is sitting, meaning Stefon Diggs, and I feel bad for people who really are abused. Shame on this lady.
And it turned out, Ms. Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
This is missing a whole lot of stuff.
It's a yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
You need some evidence to back up your claim, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Lily Lime, thanks for being here for 10 months. Said she was so sore, but she could wear her seatbelt. Thanks, Cupcake for Justice, for being here for 12 months. I'm for 5.
Do you recognize this document as text exchanges between you and Sunny?
Stealing Sunny. We're talking about stealing Sunny now. That's what she calls her.
Yes.
Dated December 9, 2025.
Yes.
And you're the person in the bubbles on the left?
Yes.
And you write to Sunny, hey, so I looked over my transfers, payment history, and they sent payments, 11/7 and 11/21, totaling $4,000. See that?
Yes.
So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
Did you know
I
that
don't
you
know.
had
I
been
was trying to address you.
What's your name? I never got your name. Apparently, she gets paid every 2 weeks. It turns out she was paid on the 7th and then again on the 21st of November. So she already did get paid for those weeks. Maybe she was owed, by the time she's fighting with him on December 2nd, she's owed 1 week of pay. What is your name? I wish we had boots on the ground in the courtroom right now. I don't know anybody who's in the courtroom. If you do and you're there, you know someone who's there, let me know, because I need to know what the jury's reaction to this woman was when she just said, "What is your name?" to the defense attorney.
$1,000. See that?
Yes.
So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
Did you know
I
that
don't
you
know.
had
I
been
was trying to address you by your name because I
didn't hear what the judge said.
I don't know. I can't answer that question correctly.
You knew on December 9th that you had been paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you said you hadn't been paid for, didn't you?
I don't understand the question.
You just acknowledged you wrote it to Sunny.
I was supposed to be paid for the week I was sent home.
Okay.
So I sent the incorrect amount because I didn't know he wasn't paying me for that week.
Right. So you sought $6,000 instead of $2,000.
That's my calculations was.
Right. And so that last week, that was a week you didn't work, right?
Because I was sent home.
Right. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking.
Mrs. Diggs sent me home because he had girls at the house.
Whatever you're going to add is not responsive, Your Honor.
Yes. Adams, you understand the question you're being asked?
I don't understand.
Her question. Answer Attorney Stewart's question.
She's getting up. She's resituating herself. He didn't want me there because he had girls in the house. She just really, really, really wants to keep saying that. She sounds like a jealous lover, but she's not a lover. It's complicated. She's trying to get into his room in the middle of the night. He had to change his code so she couldn't sneak in. She had been paid. All he owed her for was the week that she didn't work. And I'm going to have to go back and watch her testimony again later because I can't keep up with all the lies. Mr. Diggs sent me home because he had girls at the house. Okay, but you didn't work. The entitlement.
I should be
not
paid.
Responsive, Your Honor.
Yes. Adams, you understand the question you're being asked?
I don't understand.
Her question. Answer Attorney Stewart's question. All right, if you can. If it's confusing to you, she will restate it. Counsel, would you restate your question?
Yes. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking that week, right?
No.
Okay. If you can turn back to tab D, the page that ends 171, this is Exhibit 4. It has been marked and admitted into evidence.
Ooh, there goes my mic.
Let me know when you get there.
Dale 83 Jr. says she's the reason men don't date anymore.
So these are both, on this page, these are both blue bubbles. So this is your text messages, right?
Yeah.
All right. And on December 9th, 2025 at 2:27, you text Steph Diggs, right?
Yeah.
And what do you say to Steph Diggs on December 9th?
Dale Jr., you got to get a better picker.
What's the last?
171. I can have you find it.
Thanks on top.
I said, can she call?
I'm sorry, the second text message.
Lieutenant Pez Dispenser Tully, thanks for your 10.
Yes, please.
Love you.
Without reading the
You
messages
can read
before,
the first and we can talk about who you're asking about. That's fine.
I was told to contact Melisa about my pay.
Okay.
So I responded, can she call me or can I call her?
And Melisa, just to the record's clear, is Melisa Goddard, right?
Yes,
She's Steph Diggs' bookkeeper.
that's what I was told.
She's the person who wrote that email on December 4th informing you that you had been already paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you were looking for, right?
I didn't receive that email.
Understood. So you were asking if she could call you or you could call her, right?
I was told to
You were
reach out to
told you
her.
could talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you never called her, did you?
Yes, I did.
What did you say in the second?
I asked him
bullet?
for the number.
I'm sorry. And
I
what did
asked him for Miss Melissa Goddard's number.
the number is right on the email that you got in text form.
But that was later time.
This was December 4th. The email is from December 4th. The text message you're about to read is 5 days later, December 9th.
What I'm trying to say to you is that that text message was sent at a later date to me.
On December 9th, you acknowledged to Sunny that you knew you had been overpaid. I'm sorry.
Overpaid?
I'm sorry.
Underpaid.
You knew that 4 of the $6,000 you were seeking, you had already received. And the last week that you hadn't been paid for was the week you weren't there. And now if you can read this text message that you sent to Steph Diggs on that same day, December 9th.
Hi, so I looked over the payments. Are you not paying me for the week you told me to go home? If not, that's fine. And just for my past employers, when I'm asked not to work, I'm still paid because I'm only with them for the season. It was supposed to say them. It said the season.
So that takes care of all of the weeks that you said you weren't paid for on December 1st, right?
The weeks that I sent to him calculated was adding in that week.
Right. 2 weeks you had already been paid for. 1 week you didn't work, and you told Steph on December 9th, if you don't want to pay that, that's fine. Right?
Yes.
All right.
Word salad.
You also sought $3,179.06 in reimbursement for money you claimed you spent on groceries.
Yes.
That was on December 1st.
So he really didn't owe her any money because she said, it's okay if you don't want to pay me. It's fine.
The text to Sunny.
And
Please turn off all phones.
Somebody's phone went off in the courtroom. They're going to get kicked out.
and you knew that you needed to submit receipts to justify that level of expense on groceries.
That's what I did. Yes.
Is your testimony here under oath that you submitted receipts justifying $3,179.06 spent on groceries out of your money?
It was messed up. Was off. Something was off. Some receipts were the wrong receipt and we cleared it up.
So you lied. Were you lying then or are you lying now? Busted. Down on Bourbon Street, set up like a bowling pin. Look, I got a Shakedown Street sign right behind me. This is Shakedown Street. We are on Shakedown Street in Dedham at Dedham District Court. That's what she wanted, to shake him down. This entire trial so far, she's the only witness so far, has been about money, not the assault. And now she's admitting that her $3,179 of reimbursement for groceries was a lie. Something was off. Yeah, something was off. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So something was messed up about that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You talked about an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. Melisa asked you to return an NDA, right?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. Sonny asked me.
I agree. He probably should have paid her for that week too. He would have avoided all of this. If he doesn't need her and she's a good employee, and he should pay her for the week off. I agree with you, Amy. But I still think she's a liar. It probably could have saved him all this trouble. $2,000.
You received an email from Melisa Goddard on December 13th, right?
Melissa and Sonny, I was having problems with the email, the same email.
Yes or no question, ma'am?
I can't answer that correctly.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, Dee says this might be the first directed verdict granted I've ever seen. Yeah, I know. It should be, but the judges like to let it go to the jury.
As an email you received from Melisa Goddard on December 13th?
Yes.
And the subject line is NDA payment?
Yes.
She tells you she's Melisa, Mr. Diggs's bookkeeper, right?
Yes.
So you hadn't talked to her before December 13th because she's introducing herself right now.
Yes.
Okay. She says, please return the completed NDA provided to you by Sunny to this email address, right?
Yes.
This is required for employment with Mr. Diggs or any of his entities, right?
Yes.
Sunny has an NDA, doesn't she?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't talk to Sunny about her business.
Feeling
with Mr.
Sunny?
Diggs.
You had some text messages with Mr. Diggs on December 13th, right after you got that email, didn't you?
I don't recall the date. I would like to see.
Let's go back to Exhibit 4. It's tab D, page 195.
Yeah, there's a whole list of witnesses that the jury was asked if they knew any of them this morning. This is supposed to only be like a day and a half, this trial, but we've already spent half a day on her.
Let me know who near there, please. You there?
Mm-hmm.
And again, this big blue text bubble right here at the top, that's from you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you write to Steph on December 13, 2025, you sitting here playing in my face. It's 700 some comments and none saying you effing Lindsay. Not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog? You're still talking about that blog, that anonymous blog that caused you to get mad at Steph on December 2nd, right? When he chose to believe Lindsay over you.
The anonymous blog. Wait, was it Dumois? Tell us who it was. Was it Turtle Boy? Was it Dumois? Whose blog was it? The anonymous blog. She's still mad about it. Talking about how many comments were on it. Look at the stink eye. She won't even answer the question.
I'll clarify. Thank you, Mr. Virtue. On December 13th, you're still mad about the issue that led to Steph believing Lindsay over you.
From my recollection, he didn't.
I'm sorry. On December 13th.
I can't answer that question correctly.
Just so you can recall, the alleged assault is December 2nd. December 13th, she's still mad about Lindsay. She goes to the police on December 16th.
Without the previous text from Mr. Diggs.
You write, not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog? You believe it and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
In case you're tuning in late, the allegation was that this witness, Mila Adams, was talking trash behind the scenes about who Stefon Diggs was sleeping with on like Instagram. And he got mad because he's like, how dare you talk about my business? And then it came out, I guess, as the blind item. And she's like, oh, now all of a sudden you want me to sign an NDA? But the thing is, she never even filled out an application. She never did all the initial paperwork. She claims to have worked for several athletes who are famous and several celebrities. And everyone is required to work everyone's required to sign an NDA if you work for a famous person. And now she's trying to make it about that. And like, it's some sort of like punishment for her. This wackadoo.
Here playing in my face. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was joking about Turtle Boy.
Because
I was joking about Turtle Boy. I'm just saying everyone in Norfolk County or any county in Massachusetts likes to talk about Aiden Carney and his blogs and blaming him for everything. So it was a joke. That was a joke. He's not involved in the case at all. Dumois is a very famous blind item gossip site. You can find them on Instagram and all over. I think they sold it, but it used to be real and now it's more advertisements.
Okay.
Anon, please, if you know, you know.
You were mad about the NDA because you thought you had to sign it because Steph believed you leaked something, right?
Yes.
Didn't have anything to do with an assault.
What did you say?
You thought the fact that you were being asked to sign an NDA was an indication that Stefon still didn't trust you.
Bam.
Right?
No.
But you're talking about.
Bam. It has nothing to do with the assault. It has to do with you gossiping about him. Because it's in the same conversation. Do you see what she's getting at here? She's yelling at him like, oh, now this blog, you believe them and not me. And now all of a sudden NDA has nothing to do with the assault. Has to do with her talking about who he's sleeping with. Yeah, we need the drum roll. We got to hear that again.
Lindsay and
because you need to, this is important. Because she walked her right into the trap, right? You see what she did there, right? She walked her right into the trap. NDA, send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face, right? And now you believe them and not me, right? And now you want me to sign an NDA. It has nothing to do with the assault. This is it. This is the whole case right here. Okay? Listen.
You believe it and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. You were mad about the NDA because you thought you had to sign it because Steph believed you leaked something. That's right.
Yes.
Didn't have anything to do with an assault.
Wait, what?
Did you say?
You thought the fact that you were being asked to sign an NDA was an indication that Stefon still didn't trust you, right?
No.
But you're talking about Lindsay and a blog to him the same day you get an email from Melisa asking you to sign an NDA, right?
Stefon knew that. I know.
Yes
so
or no question?
I can't answer that question without explaining.
If I told someone that why it's not in a blog, you believe it and now sign an NDA. Those are your words, right?
It was now signing NDA after you assault me. I had information on you.
You didn't
and you
say
think I was leaving.
Ma'am, it's not responsive. You didn't say anything about an assault when you talked about an NDA, did you?
It does not change the fact that I was assaulted.
You talked about Lindsay and a blog and he believed
It does not
Lindsay.
change the fact I was assaulted.
Point me to your text messages where you talk about assault, ma'am.
The first time you connected an NDA with an assault was when you went in to talk to Officer Ellis on December 16th to make a police report, right?
Yes, because I noticed the behavior.
What behavior? Behavior of Officer Ellis? Wanting to get a good case against Stefon Diggs?
And that was the same officer that you didn't need to be honest with about some of the details about your relationship with Steph, what happened on December 2nd, when you left your position, why you went back to his house on December 9th. True?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
All of those things that you said to Officer Ellis on December 16th were not true. You had a fight with Stefon Diggs on December 2nd over text about Lindsay and a blog and him believing Lindsay. Not about money, right?
It was about money. The last text that I sent to Mr. Diggs was about money.
It was a bit of a compound question.
Yes.
It's true, Your Honor. Let's turn back to the text messages between you and Steph after you sent that text message to him on the 13th, connecting the NDA.
She's on the hot seat for real.
Steph's believing Lindsay.
The chef is cooked. Well done, Sean Wilson.
I didn't say believe in Lindsay.
You and Stefon got in another text argument about that issue, right? And if you could turn to page 201. The green bubble is Stefan, right?
Yes.
And he writes to you on December 13th, here you go. Don't worry about Melissa, and you don't got to worry about working moving forward. I never told nobody not to pay you. They said you owed money. You knew that, right?
No.
You knew that Melissa calculated the receipts that you submitted and determined that you had been overpaid. Didn't you?
No.
Okay. They said you owed money, says Steph to you on December 13th. Here go that bread you was supposedly owed, I guess. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes.
And he Apple paid you $2,000,
Oh,
didn't he?
Yes.
And then he left another
on the 13th. She goes to the police on the 16th. Remember, the Commonwealth has all of this information, and they still chose to press charges. So he Apple paid her the $2,000 that she was owed on the 13th. Here go that bread you wanted.
$2,000, didn't he?
Yes.
And then he left another $2,000 on the stair railing in his home for you.
And that was for the week that I was there.
That was for the week of December 9th when you worked.
Leave the
right?
money on the dresser.
And he asked you 3 times in your text message, what else do I owe you? And you never gave him a number, did you?
I said they owe me grocery. I had given Sonny the grocery reimbursement.
This is a
The person
shakedown.
that was my contact for giving receipts to.
I thought you just testified there was a mix-up with the numbers.
Yes, but I had talked to her about that. We had came up with the exact numbers after she added up the receipts.
You understood that Steph fired you that day, right?
I was leaving.
Okay.
You quit?
But you waited until he told you you don't have to work here anymore, and he paid you $4,000.
I came back for my money because I didn't have money to leave.
To the record's clear.
But you still went to the police on the 16th and told them that he owed you money. Is this the Twilight Zone?
You came back on December 9th.
To get my money that I was owed.
You worked. And then on December 13th, Steph told you you didn't need to work there anymore. Right?
I'd already had in my mind that I was quitting.
I
just came back to get my money.
She can't. And you got it.
You were furious with Steph on December 13th, weren't you?
No.
No?
No.
Do you remember that Shy Charles was actually at Steph's house that day?
Yes.
And she was braiding his hair.
Yes.
And she was staying downstairs. She was going to stay overnight.
Yes.
And she finished braiding his hair around midnight.
Yes.
And then you came down from your room to talk to Shy.
Yes.
And you did that because she was your friend.
My coworker. We were cool.
And she's the person you spent that week in New York with. December 2nd, the day you were supposedly assaulted, until December 9th, when you came back to the Dedham house, right? And you sat with Shy and you talked to her until 3 a.m, didn't you?
Yes.
You told her you were finished with Steph Diggs, didn't you?
I told her in the middle of the week I was coming back to get my money, and I was trying not to be there when she came to braid his hair.
You made Shy a kind of confession in that conversation, didn't you?
Oh, tell us.
A kind of confession?
Yeah. You told her Steph was going to pay.
Oh.
No, I did not. I do not recall.
I'm going to remind you you're under oath, and I'll ask you that question again. Did you or did you not sit with Shy Charles on December 13th, a few hours after you were fired from your job, and tell Shy that Steph Diggs was going to pay?
No.
Did you tell Shy you were going?
How much you want to bet Shy is going to come in and testify that that's exactly what she said? He's going to pay. And then the 16th, she goes to Dedham PD. He's going to pay.
Going to sue Stefon? Did you tell Shy you were going to sue Stefon?
No.
That's the only thing she's offended by. Look at her reaction to the first thing. Did you say, you got to see the difference in the reactions. Like, she's offended by the fact that she would say she was going to sue him, but not by, She said, I'm going to remind you, you're under oath. I'm going to make him pay. Then she's super offended by the you're going to sue him comment. Very wild, very bizarre. Watch again. If you can come to the screen, please do.
I do not recall.
I'm going to remind you you're under oath, and I'll ask you that question again. Did you or did you not sit with Shy Charles on December 13th, a few hours after you were fired from your job, and tell Shy that Steph Diggs was going to pay?
No.
Look, no reaction.
Did you tell Shy you were going to sue Stefon?
No.
Now she's freaked out. Clutching her pearls. She's incredulous. It strains credulity. She's her mouth is hanging agape. It's wide open.
So after you were fired on the 13th, you stayed in the house, I think you said two
She
more
can't even
days,
collect
right?
herself.
I wasn't fired.
After Steph Diggs told you you didn't need to work there anymore and paid you all the money
That day you went back.
that you claimed you were owed, you stayed in the house for 2 more days, right?
I had to get a plane ticket and I had to find somewhere to stay.
Okay. And then when you left his house, you went to the Dedham police station.
No.
You went to the Dedham police station on December 16th.
I left his house on the 15th.
You testified, and on your direct examination, you left on the 16th.
She changed
I
it.
left Stefon's house on the 15th.
She did change
I
it.
went to the Dedham police station on the 16th.
Okay. And you told them he'd assaulted you 14 days before.
On December the 2nd.
And you had to pick a day that was long enough ago that it would explain why you didn't have any injuries, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Part of the lesson you were going to teach Steph was to make a false police report. Isn't that true?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, I'll ask a different question. Your report that you made, it's missing a lot of detail. Would you agree?
Yes. I was afraid to tell the relationship between me and Stefon Diggs.
It's missing more than that.
No,
Right.
it's not.
In your opinion, it isn't. Okay.
It's missing more of the text that was shared in the morning.
Okay.
It would have exposed a lot of things. And I still was trying to protect him and myself.
You actually recanted your own statements, didn't you?
No. I can't.
So you know the criminal complaint in this case issued on December 29th.
She recanted. It's new information. She's searching for an answer.
Right? You know,
What? No, I don't know that.
well, you're the complainant in the case. Is it your testimony you weren't notified that this case was going to be brought forward to the court?
I don't recall.
It was big news.
I don't. No one reached to me that I recollect.
When did she
You
recant?
reached out to Steph's girlfriend at the time after this complaint was made public, right?
Cardi B?
Because in the police report, I had not listened to the voice note. I just read the voice note. I was afraid she knew. I was afraid.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question.
I can't answer that question.
After this complaint became public on December 29th, you reached out to Steph's girlfriend, didn't you?
Cardi B. We have an emoji for Cardi B.
Yes.
Yeah, Bertrand.
No, well, actually, it was,
The emoji is Cardi B saying hello. This man's facing like some actual real jail time on this felony charge. I'm gonna look it up. Real time rabbit holing. How much this is probably costing him?
all right, jurors. We are going to be recessing for the day. And I want to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, family members.
Up to 5 years. Yep.
And also, you're not to allow anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. I'm going to ask you not to stop in the public areas of the courthouse, to leave the courthouse directly, and then tomorrow morning to return directly to the jury. All right? And again, you must not read, watch, or listen to any news accounts or media reports about this case, and you must not conduct any independent investigation of any kind, including on the internet or otherwise. So please keep an open mind. Do not form or express any opinions about this case until it is submitted to you for your deliberation. We will resume tomorrow and ask you to be in the jury room by 8:45. All right? With all of that caution, have a nice night, and thank you for your attention.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
We're on real time, so I don't know if they're going to have anything to say after, but there goes Timu Cardi B. Stefon Diggs looking over there like, I can't even believe how you just did me. I mean, I think Cardi B could be a witness here, you think? Yeah, where is she sleeping tonight? I don't know. That's a great question.
30 on.
Okay. In 5, he said, and Kurt has it.
And that's it.
He's out there editing the hall.
A little bit of a hot mic, but that is it. We come back tomorrow. For 9 a.m. What do you think? Is it a good one? Did I pick a good one for you? We caught up to real time, even though they selected in the morning. And wow, just wow. According to Massachusetts General Law, Section 15D of Chapter 265, Stefon Diggs is charged with felony strangulation, carries a penalty of not more than 5 years. So he's facing up to 5 years. And then 13 AB1, well, plays. (265) 13A, assault and battery punishment. This is the misdemeanor charge, which is also entitling him to another not more than 2.5 years. So that's up to like 7.5 years. So this is like a real serious case. And you can tell me what you thought of the alleged victim, Mila Adams' testimony. She a scorned lover? She jealous? Was she competing with Cardi B? Stealing Sunny would be a great name for somebody's yacht. I agree. Laura Riker says, Stefon and Aiden need to form a support group on how to quit and avoid crazy. Is this TDS? And Schadenfreude. Ah, you're the best, Melanie. Thank you, Laura. No, you are. No, you are. Roberta, thanks to you for your Venmo. She says, chef for athletes, but doesn't watch what happens to their bodies. Yeah, exactly. I think she said Ashley Merchant was her workers' comp attorney who's in Atlanta. That's quite embarrassing yet again. I don't know if Ashley Merchant is her. Did she say that? And Roberta said she just mentioned Ashley Merchant. Did she? Because I did not hear that. Did you guys hear that? Thanks, Roberta. I must have missed it. I'm going to have to go back. And Roberta also said, I think Cardi B bought the Dedham house in December. No, I don't know anything about that. And Roberta, again, with all the Venmos. Looks like Proctor's not the only one hunting in Canton. Donna, thanks for buying 3 matcha lattes. You're the best. No, you are. You are. Boston Hooker Christie, thanks for buying 5 matcha lattes. I appreciate you even more. Catherine, thank you for your Venmo. Says, happy Jessica Hyde Day. Yeah, may the 4th be with you. I could only watch it until the GBI took over the case. Oh, you were talking about the earlier stream that we did this morning, the Dateline episode on the Tara Baker murder and Edric Faust. If you didn't watch that and you're interested in that, go back and watch it, please. It was interesting, to say the least. A lot of stuff the jury didn't hear about, and people who are just watching that Dateline episode would not have heard about. Olivia said, I'm confused. Did he ever actually lay hands on her? Well, her story is that he slapped her with his right hand on her right cheek, which is kind of hard to do if you think about it. And she didn't say backhanded. She said open face slap. And then she says that he put her in a chokehold with the crook of his elbow. So that's the very little part of the testimony had to do with that. A lot of it had to do with money. 11 Light says, OMG, and to think I almost skipped this trial. How could you? It's going to be a short one. We don't have to sit here for 14 weeks. Thanks for your 5. Teresa says you're amazing. Thank you so much. No, thank you. You're amazing. You guys are amazing for being interested in this stuff. And Kelly says I'm behind, but if someone strangled me till I peed in my pants, there'd be no amount of owed wages that would get me back in the house. Not only did she pee her pants, but it also, Aunt Flo came to visit again. effing again after that. And Olivia Niles said she's the star child of Jussie Smollett, and Amber Heard. And I thought that was really funny. And so I saved it for later. Venus Blue Cupcake says Stefon also has an essay accusation from November 2025. I don't know anything about that, but I'll take a look into it. Did she know about that? Because her allegation was from December 2nd, 2025. Proctor's Bottomless Drawer says, that is a great username. Thanks for being here for 14 months. Says, I think she went to the police to get help with the money. They said it's a civil matter, and then she came up with this claim. Right. And then Dedham PD's like, oh, Stefon Diggs? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's get him. And remember, this was filed right before the playoffs, I think, right? What say you? And in other breaking news, hold please, because there's other breaking news that I did not want to break for you because I didn't want everybody running off to watch it, but I'm going to break it for you now. Many streamers may be very sad about this, but Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively have settled. They've settled their case, apparently, allegedly. And the title on TMZ, the headline is, It Ends with Settlement. So I guess the trial that was supposed to start, when? Like next week? Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni will not happen. It ends with a settlement. Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively have finally ended their legal war, TMZ has learned, because, they got to break everything. Our sources tell us that Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni have reached a settlement. Let's see. Settlements are usually private, so I bet we're not going to know. Both sides released a statement saying the end product, the movie It Ends With Us, is a source of pride to all of us who worked to bring it to life. Raising awareness and making a meaningful impact in the lives of DV survivors and all survivors is a goal that we stand behind. The statement goes on to say, we acknowledge the process presented challenges and recognize concerns raised by Ms. Lively and recognize that concerns raised by Ms. Lively deserve to be heard. We remain firmly committed to workplaces free of improprieties and unproductive environments. I guess this is a joint statement. It ends with this, quote, it is our sincere hope that this brings closure and allows all involved to move forward constructively and in peace, including a respectful environment online. Interestingly, there's no direct apology from Baldoni. As you know, the judge dismissed most of Lively's claims, but the retaliation claims survived judicial scrutiny. And so it ends with a settlement. Remember, maybe you don't remember because you weren't here back then, but as I told you, I auditioned for that movie, It Ends With Us, to play Blake Lively's mother. And I didn't get the part, but I'm just thinking if I did, I probably could have stepped in and helped these two avoid all of this nonsense with my excellent mediation skills. So there's that, but that's over. So a lot of people who wanted to stream that or at least go to the trial and talk about it are going to be disappointed, but that's the way it goes. It's the way the cookie crumbles, right? Better than airing all the dirty laundry in a downtown Manhattan courtroom. Federal court was not going to be televised anyway. Lucy says, imagine being horribly assaulted and then attempting to sneak into the abuser's bedroom while he sleeps a couple weeks later. Nope. Thanks, Lucy, for tuning in from Canada. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap this today and come back tomorrow at about 8:45. I haven't set up that stream yet, so I hope that you will come back tomorrow and spend your day again with me. Goodmans were here and they said she thought she was attending Gathering of the Vibes. Yeah, she said she didn't really know anything about football, and she didn't really know if he ever got tackled, but she was just there for the vibes. So I think we need a shirt that says Gathering of the Vibes was one of my favorite festivals. It was held in Bridgeport, Connecticut every year. Take the ferry right over. Many times Bob Weir was headlining that festival with either Rat Dog or one of the Grateful Dead iterations. I think John Mayer actually did show up one year. Gathering of the Vibes was awesome. If you ever went there and you loved it, let me know. The quote was, and I wrote down, we should have a t-shirt that says, I'm just here. I'm just there for the vibes. I'm just there for the vibes. Why does not Massachusetts not conduct actual investigations? They just seem to charge who they feel are guilty and then make it fit. Sounds like a rhetorical question to me. Lawsy says, as always, follow the money. All right, guys, thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I love you so much. I would imagine that many of your favorite YouTubers are probably going to be covering this whole settlement on Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. So if you're into that sort of thing, go find them. You know who they are. If you thought the people following Karen Reed were nuts, the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni crowd has them beat by tenfold. All right, we're coming back tomorrow morning. So there's lots more to talk about. Tell your friends, share the stream out. YouTube is trying to push you away from long form content and push you towards shorts and AI videos. But we know that you are not going to stand for that. Watch the Met Ball. Cardi B will be there. Oh my gosh, we're missing the red carpet. We got to get there right now. Thank you so much for reminding me. I love you so much. I'll see you in the morning. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Above all, stay safe. Thank your moderators. Tip your servers. I'll be here all week. I love you guys so much. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. Mwah! Bye.